Hello? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Hi, Icy. Welcome in. How are you? It's time. Time to continue the grind. Are you heading to bed soon, I'm assuming? Is it late? No. Why? In an hour or so? Yeah, that's soon. It's pretty soon. The drama? There's drama? What drama? There's drama? What's the drama? Is it like BDO drama? BDO drama? Does it concern me? Or is it like other people? Am I in drama? Am I getting canceled? I knew it. It's time. I knew it was just a matter of time. Other people? Oh, okay. I need more monitors for Twitch so I can have the drama you're streaming video running. Oh, is that it? Another Jay? Hello, other Jay. This one's a sleepy Jay. The pain, the drama. Do you know that song? Do you guys know that song? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. The pain, the gag, the drama. What's that song? Night at the Opera. Here it is. Hold on. Where is it? The gag, the drama. Ooh. This is a new song that came out. Scuba, scuba, everybody scuba. The pain, the gag, the drama. The song's so fun. I need to add this to my playlist. Yes, I see. Yes. Night at the Opera. Night at the Opera. Add to queue. Add to playlist. Maybe in the future we should have drama, but all should be planned so we gain more viewers and gain. Some people do that. Some people do that. I see. Some people intentionally do that. I don't know if I want to be that kind of a content creator, you know? I don't want that to be like revolved around my content, you know? I know that, you know, drama and all that stuff gets clicks 100%. But I feel like just like fulfillment wise as a content creator, I don't think it's for me. You know, for other people might be, right? But I think for me, I don't think I would be able to do it truthfully, you know, like without any guilt or something, or like, I don't know if guilt's the right word, but like, you know, something hanging over your head, you know, like I don't want to spread that kind of energy in my opinion. So I always try my best to stay away from it, you know, just avoid the conflict. You guys know me. Okay, here's the biggest drama. Okay, if you guys want drama, here's the biggest drama I've ever been in, probably. But but maybe I shouldn't bring it up. I'm like, maybe I should just not talk about it, you know? It happened so long ago. It happened so long ago. I think it's best if I just like leave it alone, you know? You added one extra pickle in someone's order? No. Wispy might know. Wispy was probably there, but essentially we were playing a game and the other person was trolling a bit and I got a little bit upset. That was it. That was like the biggest drama. But it's like not that big of a deal, you know? At least I hope so. Do you think stars like Beyonce are buying live VBots for concerts if they're not sold out?
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine, and you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they...
All I know about Beyonce is that if you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it. Just saying. That's all. That's all I know about Beyonce. Jinboo, I can't watch the Choice and Blue drama anymore. The pain, the gag, the drama.
System says,
is that the Leafs on? The legendary Leaf?
Let's
oh my god. Welcome.
The Leaf San and the Cute 36. Welcome to our Raccoon hideout. Ready for epic games and lovely vibes? So pumped you're here. Let's enjoy an unforgettable adventure and share tons of fun.
Welcome. Welcome everybody from Leafs on stream. My name is Jay, my favorite animal is Raccoon. We just got started with the day. Time to do our dailies. How was your stream, Leaf? What'd you do on stream today? Did you get up to some BDR? BDR? Finally clicked my Falling God to Tet and got Pen Idana element. Sheesh. How many taps did it take you for Tet? I know that's like a big hump, right? Like a big brick wall that a lot of people progressing in BDO face, right? The 150 billion to 200 billion upgrade wall for each upgrade, you know? 8? Dang, 8's pretty good. It's pretty good. The drama with JP? Nah, I'm not much of a drama tuber. So if you are looking for a drama, not here, guys, not here. I just grind. I just PvE the mobs. PvP the mobs. Oh, 8 clicks from base? Damn. Okay. Okay. That's pretty good. So basically you only failed 3 times, right? If you're at base and you're tapping to pen and you tapped 8 times, that means you only failed 3 times. That's pretty good. Hi, Not Lurker, welcome in. Well, what's the next upgrade? What are you working on next? We should do some party grinding. Have you done I think you've done some dark energy floodlands before, right? Finally get to do Rusalka. Yeah. That's 2 Maridana stones per week. Alchemy stones. Oh, I think my dark rift should be spawning soon. Yes, 4 hours, guys. 4 hours, and then we can do some clicks tonight. Ooh, surely we get a shiny today. I'm playing Minecraft Soul Rend mod pack. Soul Rend mod pack? I don't think I've ever seen that one. Is that more like fantasy, I'm assuming? Any tech mods in there? JJ Blue or Choices stream. My chat has been telling me that there's something going on over there, but I feel like it might be best for me to stay away. I think it might be best for me to stay away. Just like, yeah, just do my own thing. But I appreciate the heads up, guys. Appreciate the heads up. I don't want to be like any collateral damage. Hit by the collateral, you know. I know that drama and all that stuff gets clicks and all, but I don't know if I could, like, I feel like my conscience would not be in the right place if I were to, like, you know, cover
My boobas
drama
ate it. What the hell?
as
My
a
boobas
content
ate
creator.
it.
Hi, Suijin. How are you?
My booba's hungry, I guess. What the? Look.
What about you, Leaf-san?
God damn.
Would you be, like, if you had the opportunity to do drama, like cover drama, and you know, like, you know that you're gonna get views, you know that you're gonna get popular, would you cover drama? I feel like I couldn't. Even if there was, like, you know, promises of more clicks and more views, I feel like my conscience would not be good in the right place for it. At 730 gear score, should I buy my Tet Wailing God and buy Sovereign Sub Pen Debo Neck? Should I just Tet my Wailing God? Just like, you mean click it? Should I just Tet? Oh, sell. Oh, you missed those. Yeah, should I just sell my Tet Wailing God, buy Sovereign? I'm leaning towards no. I'm not really the biggest fan of selling something you want back events, personally. It is a route you could take. It's like a detour in your progression, right? You take a little scenic route here and there, but I feel like eventually, right? I mean, not eventually, but you will eventually need that back, right? So I'm not the biggest fan of selling something that I want back in the future events. I would just keep going, you know, keep grinding, progress to your Pen Devo Neck instead of trading your Tet Wailing God for a Pen Devo, in my opinion. But that is a choice you want to make. This is just what I would do. I don't think it's a bad choice, by the way, like trading in, like selling your Tet Wailing God for a Pen Devo. I don't think it's like a terrible choice. I just think that would be not what I would do. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of that. But it is a route, and some people do take it. And I don't think it's a bad route. It's just not what I would do. Story time when? I'm just trying to think of any stories that I have that are interesting. I feel like I don't really have too many good stories to tell. I could research some stories to tell. I could research other people's stories to tell. Dang, maybe I'll sell it at this price. Good luck on your journey, Divance. Good luck on your journey. You got this. I believe in you. This drama is juice. It's about someone's GFU botting. It's so juice that people from MapleStory? MapleStory? What? Why? That's what I'm more curious about, 2Black. It's not the drama, but why are people from MapleStory in the BDO community? What? Can someone explain that? That's what I'm more interested in. Why are people from MapleStory in the BDO community? Huh? They play both games? Okay, I can kind of get that. Because I used to play MapleStory way back when, but like... how is the MapleStory Twitch category anyways? Is it like good? Is there like a community there that like, let's say if I were to start playing MapleStory today, I don't imagine I have my, I don't think I remember my account, so I might have to start like a brand new account. But if I were to start playing MapleStory today, would you grow? Like, is there enough people saturated in that category for people to grow in MapleStory? I feel like not really, no? Hi, Devil's Butcher. I feel like it's been a while since we last saw Devil's Butcher. How have you been? Have you still been keeping up with BDO? You know Hexiverse? Is that a MapleStory content creator? If so, no, I don't recognize the name Hexiverse. Blue Squadron's bro. Oh, like brother, like sibling? Mr. Jams? Like actual siblings? Oh, I ran out of juice. They twin. Wait, Blue Squadron has a twin? Wait, really? What? My mom's a twin. You guys don't know, my mom has a twin brother. I heard that if you're a twin, you're more likely for your the second generation below, so not your son but your grandson or something, like your grandchildren are likely to be twins too. Like it skips a generation. Like if you're a twin in one generation, the next generation not likely to be twin, but then the following generation likely to be a twin, apparently. I don't know if that's true, but that's just what I heard. Hi Brisson. Doing well. We just got done with our errands, put up our new Crimson Desert video. We'll see how it does. We'll see how it does. I'm trying more low, well, I want to say it's like low effort, or low quality, but like, you know, less effort kind of videos. Because sometimes I would make videos where it's like this one was like a 3-minute video and it did pretty well, right? And then this one was like it took me like 10 minutes to do this video, and then this one got like a lot of likes. This one was also around like 10 minutes. I'm trying like more short form, like less. This one I'm just like showing off one of the items here where you you know, you have like space vision. So we'll see how this one does. I posted about 30 minutes ago, has 30 likes so far, so that's pretty good. I think that's a pretty good amount of ratio for now. So we'll see how well that does over the day. Hi Ninja Kuroko, finally trying to get into nodes. Ooh. Well, some solid nodes to get started on is the grain nodes. So the grain nodes, particularly because you can use the grain to craft beer, and the beer can be used to feed the workers. So, you know, Logia Farm probably has, yeah, here's some potatoes here at Logia Farm. Bartali probably has some more potatoes too. So you could try those grains as a good starter. This is Twitch, and he was like 45 people watching him play MapleStory right now. Oh. Did you used to play a lot of MapleStory, 2Black? Are you a MapleStory enjoyer? Oh, and Boy Scout Smurf, thank you so much for the follow. I don't know if I said that already. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Welcome in, welcome in. We're just about to start the grind here. We still have furniture buff. We'll reset after an hour. How are you, Burston? How are you doing today? I appreciate you always stopping by and hanging out. Hopefully you've made it to 60. I know last time we talked you were trying to level up to level 60, right? Have you reached 60 yet? And then after you reach 60, I'd recommend looking into the Olvia Academy. Once you reach 60, the Olvia Academy is a huge catch-up mechanic that you should take advantage of. Okay, let's see what else we got here. I think we're good. Speak up. So is that Woosa command the one for the buffs? Maybe do the command and we'll see. We'll see. I go back to from it time to time. It's a nice game to play for a bit for a childhood game. Yes, yeah. Did I ever talk about like which class I mained to black way back when? Can't remember if I talked about it. Because I played a very like a class you would not expect me to play. Oh, that command. No, it's just the global labs. I do plan to make a video tomorrow, or sorry, on Thursday when the patch comes out. So I've already been recording some footage of before the updates, and then I'm gonna make a side-by-side comparison after the updates come out on live servers. I don't want to make a update video on the global labs because there might be some last-minute changes on live servers. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna do a side-by-side comparison for like all of the increase in attack speeds that they mention and all that jazz. So we'll put that up on Thursday whenever we get a chance. I'm pretty sure the DK buff is not getting through. The damage is 3 times. Well, we'll see, right? We'll see. I guess tomorrow when it comes out on Korea, it should come out on Korea tomorrow. So usually whatever Korea gets, we should get to. Are you a big fan of the new scuba emote? I see that was added yesterday. Just like this. They are making another Dosa with that buffs, and we know how people liked Awakening Dosa. Awakening Dosa was a pretty good class. Yeah, it still is a pretty good class. I think you said it a while ago, I can't remember though. It was Aran. That was the main I made. Aran. Aaron. However you pronounce it. Aesthetically, it's not something I would play. Right? Generally something I would not play aesthetically. But just playstyle wise was what made me fall in love with the class. Was you would generate combos based on how many hits you did on enemies, and then you would expend the combos for stronger attacks. So the playstyle was just so much more interesting than what the other classes are, right? The other classes, you were just spamming one button. You would just level up your best skills, spam one button. But Aran actually had you do multiple things, right? The playstyle was what made me really enjoy the class. I don't know if that's still the way it works for Eren in more modern MapleStory, but that's how it worked back then, and it was just so much better than the other playstyles. Because old MapleStory was spam one button. That's it. That was your playstyle. Regardless of what class you played, you just leveled up your best skill, spam that one ability. You didn't really use any other abilities, besides buffing, of course. If Woosa Suck isn't amazing, I'm tagging Megu. Love Woosa, but not fan of the Awakening. Fair enough, fair enough. Play what you enjoy. Just like this. I was about to type Maple Story stuff on Blue's. Has Blue been playing Maple Story? I'm just curious as like how Maple Story got wrapped up into this whole thing. Oh, I guess you mentioned Blue's. Are they actually siblings? I did not know Blue had a brother. You know what I noticed about how the lightning is, guys, for Woosa, the rain clouds? I feel like the damage is not consistent. Like sometimes I don't know, like sometimes the thunder would like miss, you know? So I'm like wondering if they should make the AoE of the lightning bigger, or condense the rain into like a smaller thing, because I feel like it misses sometimes. Like see it's like hitting over here, but the thing is over here, so most likely it's not hitting the crystal. Yeah, I feel like when the lightning misses, if it's not directly hitting the target, right? And if it misses, then you're not applying the DP down. The clouds still damage after they're gone. Ooh. Like the lightning is still going? Or visually it doesn't look like it's there anymore, but it's still doing damage. Sweetheart. Oh, interesting. Is that how it works currently, or just in Global Labs? Check? Okay, hold on. I see what you mean. Like there is like 1 second it like ticks, right? Did you see that? And so the memories that were so great. So not 2 seconds. 2 seconds is too loud, but I see what you mean. Like a little bit of a tick afterwards. Yeah. I can do another test here. Yeah, I see like the HP like blinking. Thanks for the memories. Thanks for the words so great. You know, it's another really good song from Fall Out Boy is I think it's called Dance Dance. That one was also pretty good. Even though they weren't so great, you only sweeter. Let me see if I can find that. One more time. Thanks for the memories. Dance Dance. It's already in my playlist, but I haven't heard this played in a long time. Sometimes I feel like Spotify doesn't play your entire playlist at all. It just like picks which one it feels like. And it's usually ones you've heard before, which is, I don't know if that's a bug or something. But I notice it happens if the playlist is too big. I see like Blue, so when he came to play BDO, he got popular because of it. Oh. Dance, dance, they're falling apart to have time. Neither don't you not to leave. Also, I feel like, you know, Shift R&B, I see when you cancel out of it, I feel like it doesn't do the as much damage total. I could be wrong though. But I feel like it's not doing as much than if you full cast it. But maybe it because I am canceling out of it. It's just like a placebo effect, you know. But they are speeding up the animation of it, so we'll see if full casting it might be the play, because I usually cancel out of Shift R&B, but since they're speeding it up, maybe it might be better for me to full cast it. Hi Captain, welcome in. It stands falling apart to have time. Ooh, they are making a change so you can go into wing beat after you cast Shift R&B, and I'm wondering, can you Shift R&B cancel into wing beat, like, you know, like do this and then spacebar right away so you don't have to fully cast it, you know, like Shift R&B spacebar and then it will just do the continuation. Yeah, and Stormfall, yeah, but I'm curious about the interaction with Shift R&B, because Shift R&B has a continuation mechanic, right? Ooh, imagine if Stormfall had a continuation mechanic. That'd be kind of cool. Like you do this, and then you can move out of it, and then it keeps going. That'd be cool. Do. I think you can, but you have to side dash to cast the lightning after wing beat. Oh, you mean flow stormfall? So like shift RMB, and then you cancel and then do that or something, you mean? But instead of dashing first, you can just wing beat. Wing beat dash shift RMB. We'll try out some stuff when the patch comes out. That's gonna be fun to try out. You know what would be cool too, I see, is if they add a keybind to wing beat like they do with Perilous Waltz, because you know how you can use Perilous Waltz from spacebar or SF, right? I would like another keybind for wing beat so you can just do it from standing still. So I don't have to freaking jump. Like, what about RMB? Would RMB be a good keybind? Like, after you do an ability, you just hold RMB and then you can do wing beat with RMB instead of spacebar, so I don't jump. Do you have any idea in El Salvador would get high ping if he plays an SA? I realized I should have opened an account in NA. I'm not sure about the ping, Huracan. But ideally, you know, you would want to play on the server that you are living closest to, right? Ideally. But I'm not sure about the ping stuff. Hi Rockstar, Rockelstar, welcome in. Hi V2, doing well. We just got done with our errands for the day and put out our new Crimson Desert video. We'll see how well it does. I'm trying to experiment with more sustainable ways to put out videos, because some of my earlier Crimson Desert videos are, you know, sometimes they take like hours to do because I gotta like subtitle it and all that jazz, but it doesn't seem very sustainable to try to put out a video every day. But it seems to do it seems to be doing pretty well so far. I put it out like 30 minutes ago. It has like 30 likes in 30 minutes. That seems like a pretty good ratio. Ideally, while I play from SA from Turkey right now, it's 270 ping. Weird thing is that I'm grinding a no issue. Yeah, ping is like less of an issue in PvE. That's for sure, compared to PvP. Ping is definitely much less of an issue in that way. What is this? Eagle of Death Metal, Miss Alyssa. Oh, hi Michael, welcome in. How's everyone doing? It's nice to see some familiar faces at the start of my stream. That's very nice of you guys. Zarka and Bulgosul spawned. Ooh, let's go to that. Guys, world bosses, very worth doing these days. Oh, we got a big boy first. Nice. You know what this song reminds me of? It goes like, He goes like jumping jack something, jumping jack something. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. This one. Jump and jack. Jump and jack flash. Rolling Stones. There we go. Yeah, that's the one. After what I did to this account in 2 months, I think I will keep playing that way. But will you make a PvE guide after the bops? I'm kind of waiting potentially for any awakening changes for Ken, so I can get started on something, but I want to wait if there's any potential awakening changes before I put out another updated. But I do want to make an updated guide. I do want to make an updated one. I just don't want to put it out too early in case there's some changes that happen. So I can get started on something. I do want to make a comparison video. That is what is being planned, is before and after the changes, like side by side animation changes, right? They sped up some animations, so we'll try to put up a comparison side by side so you can see how much faster some of the animations are. So we'll try to put that up on Thursday morning if we can, or Thursday afternoon, because that's when the patch comes out for us. So I've already recorded footage of before. We have the before footage. We just need the after footage once the patch comes out. Tell Garnier he's penetrated my YouTube recommendations. Huh? When you penetrated? What do you mean penetrated? Might remind you because of that one football ad. Oh, right, that one. The song ran. His Guardian video made me want to play Awakening Guardian. Oh. Yeah, I remember Garnier talking about in our group DMs, in our group chat, that he was learning how to use DaVinci Resolve. And if you guys are learning, you know, to doing some editing, just basic editing, there's a free version of DaVinci which does most of the things you want it to do for the free version. Like, you don't need any of the fancy tools they have to get started with just learning the basics of, you know, cutting, putting together, transitions. Like, all of that is available in the free version. So DaVinci is a great starter program. Hi Jabal, use DaVinci too? What kind of videos do you edit, Jabal? Didn't realize you do some editing. Maybe I should check out his Guardian video. What is Garnier's BD? What is Garnier's YouTube? Is it Garnier BDO too? Hi Sirius, welcome in. Garnier BDO. Do I just search that? Oh, here, Garnier. Let me subscribe. Dang, that's pretty good, guys. Here we go. Here is 1K views on his Guardian video. Let's see. What is, wait, what is this? Blind Doki Doki playthrough? When did he play Doki Doki Literature Club? Hi. Wow. It's this ad? Okay. Dang, Garnier's Guardian takes up like a lot of the screen for some reason. Holy crap. He doesn't have Shift X learned. $2,500. Damn. Well, why not just take the Shift X like any of them? You know, why not? Is the Guardian Shift X bad? Does it not do much? Wow, they have a useful Magnus skill? That's crazy. Imagine having one of those. Tell Garnet to make a video about the Idania hunting spots. You can tell him yourself, Michael. What the heck? I'm sure Garnet has his own Discord, or you could just DM him. Yo, can you make an updated something for Idania? What outfit is he wearing? That looks like a lawn outfit. What would be nice, like if I were to do some nitpicking, is showing the combo on screen. You know, just like having text, just like basic text, that's all. Right, just basic text of the abilities. That would be my one criticism. Just like a simple text on screen showing the thing. That's easy to overlay above. Yeah, like this, whatever he's doing right now, it would be amazing if he just had something on, just like basic text on screen to show what he's doing currently, right? Because some people don't know exactly what the animations look like or how they feel, right? Takes forever. If you mean subtitling, yeah, subtitling can take some time. There are programs to help with subtitling. Get it, Garnia, get it. What music is he using? Is that the Star's End music? There's no way that's Star's End music, is it? Oh no! Wait, just no editing. Holy! I did notice that it's a one take. Sheesh. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. That's where he put it in the description. But it would be nice if he if they just put it on screen, you know. So you can follow along. Just for retention, right? Because there's a lot of people that click off, right? That's just how the people are, right? They don't watch the entire video. They just watch like the most important part, right? And then they click off. So if they don't get to that very end, they might not know it's in description, or they don't look at the description. So that's some stuff to take into account too when editing a video, is the retention. Okay, let's take a look at this video that Captain posted. What is this? Oh my god, it's Cristiano Ronaldo. That's where most people heard this song from. This was 15 years ago. Holy. The Hulk. Monko. There's a long ad, yeah. Incredible lineup for the, yeah, there's a lot of famous people in this one. That guy at the end was like the no weighing guy. Guys, do you guys see that? This guy, where was he? This guy was the no weighing. You see the no the no weighing emote? No way. It's so freaking good. That's good. That was a good ad. Zara. Isn't Zara a store? Yeah, I think so. It's a clothing store. But they're also a singer. I don't know if they're related. Are they? Loot, 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 loot. Dun. Is this one of her older songs? Or newer songs? I feel like this is the first time I heard this one. Sang a song in Klaus? I'm not sure. I do know she sang in a lot of stuff. What song did she sing? Is that in Spotify? invisible. Let's take a listen. I think I remember seeing clips of Klaus, but it's the one that was like kind of like 2D, but it had very good rendering, so it kind of looked 3D, right? Something like that. Rendering, yeah, that's what you call it when you are like coloring it in for art and stuff, is rendering, when you render the image. So let me look it up here. Klaus, yeah, this one. This one, right? So yeah, when you color it in and add like the shading and like the light effects, that's called rendering. So here, so this is like this is the line art, right? The left is the line art, this is the coloring, and then this is the rendering on the right. So that's what it is, yeah. But it can also mean like rendering a video too. Have you seen the movie? I have not. I have seen clips of it though, but I have not seen the movie. How long ago was it? Did they release that movie? Do, 2019. Oh, ending of the movie always gets me and loving it. Oh, definitely check it out. It was something I have been interested in watching since I saw clips and stuff like that, but haven't gotten around to it. I'm assuming it's about Santa Claus, right? Saint Nick. I have seen other renditions of Klaus where it's like the evil version. The evil Santa Claus, something like that. Different spin on his being. Oh, okay. Fashion. Is this Sucker Week? This is Succession. Leprechaun. This is Succession. Succession Woosa. Figure out a combo. You could try the one I'm doing here at Star's End, see if that works for you. I don't know if you are at the stage I'm at for gear, but this is the one I'm using currently. So you have to unlearn the Magnus skill to use fan down from SRB. And I'm just playing around with it. I don't know if it is optimal to use it, but it is a way to apply a DP down really quickly. It's just like one quick animation to apply the DP down. So that's kind of what I've been doing here at Star's End, is applying the DP down, going into wing beat right away, and then continuing from there. And that's been working out here at Star's End at least. And then for these mobs, I just filler with like shift Q or something. Is Suck a combo or freestyle class? I would say more so a combo class than a freestyle class. There is so the idea is to summon your clouds, activate the clouds, and direct damage. Right, summon, activate clouds, direct damage is kind of like the structure. So you have two main ways. Well, you have three ways, but you have two main ways, which is SE, summons a cloud, and also SF, summons a cloud. And then using most of your Segunja abilities will activate the cloud. And this does like damage over time. So you kind of just want to, you know, summon a cloud first and then do something, and then summon your second cloud and then do something, right? Kind of like that. You're at Tungrad. You probably don't need as long of a combo then. At Tungrad Ruins, maybe you just like want to cut it in half or something. Maybe you could just try from this second line SE and see if that works. So try from SE, SLMB, F, F, Shift F, W, E, 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 C, Shift LMB. See if that works from there. So like this, SE, SLMB, F, hold F, Shift F, W, E, 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 C, Shift LMB. So try from that second line. Don't worry about that first line. That first line is specifically, you know, for Star's End to apply that DP down, but maybe from the second line might be enough to do the Tungrad mobs. So try from there, see if that works. What is the Magnus for? So it's supposed to be a mobility CC utility skill, but it just doesn't do it very well. So yeah, it's just not a very useful skill in general. So I would avoid utilizing it in PvE and PvP. It's not the most useful Magnus skill. But yeah, try from that second line, starting with SE. Make sure you dash first, because SE has a long animation, but you can cut it by using SE after a dash. So like this, like Shift W and then SE, or like dashing SE, right? Like a side dash into SE. So that's kind of how you want to start. So like side dash SE, SLMB, F, Shift F, W, E, 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 C, Shift LMB, and then filler spacebar. You know, Shift Q filler, Shift RB filler, right? And then repeat. Jay, for suck use Jay, for you use suck iframes when doing bosses as awakening. Oh, like do I use the succession? Both. I use both awakening and succession iframes. Suck is a little bit easier to control since you only dash once, right? But you can stagger them. Right, you can't stagger the awakening ones. The first and second dash are both PvE iframe, if you're wondering, for awakening Woosa Kage. So if you're in awakening, you could stagger it or swap to pre-awakening and then use the suck iframes if you don't want to worry about timing it. Hey, quick question. I finished my season rewards and started OV Academy. The mobs are just bashing me on my low gear. Should I keep questing or should I upgrade whatever I can? Thanks in advance. Upgrade your Tuvala gear. Yeah, whenever you keep getting those your more Tuvala stuff, right? All of your Tuvala gear, try to get it to pen. It's very easy to get it up to pen. So yes, I would start upgrading your gears with the black stones you're getting from your season rewards, Mirador. Yeah. Upgrade it all to pen if you can. That should help you quite a bit. By the end of seasons, you should have ideally everything at pen. If you fail, it only downgrades after Tet. So they've made it really easy. It's pretty much guaranteed up to try. So from level 1 to 15 and up to try, it's guaranteed. And then if you get it to Tet and you try for pen, it will downgrade to back to try. But they should give you some fail stacks to work with. But also you could just raw dog it. Some people just raw dog it, 0 stacks up to pen, which is fine too. So yeah, the only thing it does, also another thing is that it reduces durability whenever you fail, but it's easy to get the durability back up. What do you use, guys, for recovering the durability? I forgot. Is it just blackstones? They changed it, right? It's not time. You don't use timeless blackstones anymore, right? I'm pretty sure it's just blackstones now, right? Or is it time filled? Is it still time filled? Oh, okay. But yeah, you should not have trouble getting it to pen. Just tap it up. You can buy extra pieces from the blacksmith. Oh, okay, there you go. So that's another way to recover it, is you buy the base. Like if you're upgrading your helmet, you would buy a base helmet and you should be able to use that to repair the durability as well. Whenever possible, yeah, for Tuvala gear specifically, yeah, Mirador, yeah. They're very easy to get up. By the end of seasons, you should try to have everything at pen. And if you should try to make another season in the future, I believe you should be able to just use the old Tuvala gear, right? I think they changed it, right? You can use old Tuvala gear for your new season, right? It's not restricted to the thing anymore. How's Woosa and PvE? Is she good again? We're waiting on the update. So this next patch, they are updating her. So last Global Labs, they had improved some casting speed for a few abilities. They have added some super armor CCs. They did nerf her SQ reflect ability, so that has been taken down. But otherwise, it is I feel like it's more of a PvE buff than a PvP adjustment. Most of the things that you are doing in PvE should be a little bit better with the increased cast speed. But we don't really know exactly for sure how much better it is until live servers. So we'll see. We'll see. And if you want to see what exactly changed, if you type !suck, it will take you to the global lab patch, and you can see in detail which abilities are changed. I do want to make a side-by-side comparison on some of the changes they made. So I've already recorded some footage before the update, and so after the update I will do the side-by-side comparison and upload the video sometime in the afternoon of patch day, so we can see how much better she is. Additionally, there might be some last minute changes too. They do this quite often, is that they might tack on some last minute adjustments on the update. So we'll see if there's any for Woosa. And right now I am playing Succession Woosa chess, so if you are liking what you're seeing, you know, give it a try. Give the class a try. Hi Bazinga, welcome in, how are you? We just got started with the grind. We need to rebuff here soon. We got 10 minutes left on our furniture buff. I'm excited to finally get my deck whenever that goes, because then I can run some more defensive crystals, because Tarzan hits like a truck sometimes. Any idea how to start the Jordine weekly? I got the minimum AP, just got back to the game. Do you have everything at least red grade or above, Bazinga? Yeah. Do you have everything at red grade or above? Because you cannot use Deberekas. You cannot use anything yellow grade or below. So ensure you have Karazad accessories, Fallen God tier armors, and sovereign weapons or Black Star weapons. And then I'm not sure if you need the main quest line done. You might be able to just go to the castle. Try just going to the castle, see if you see a quest at the throne. Throne of Etherion. Actually, I might be able to check for you in the BDO Codex. Hold on. BDO Throne of Etherion BDO Codex. Weekly here. So no, doesn't seem like the weekly has any prerequisites beyond that. This is just a weekly. So yeah, try going to the throne and then see if there's a quest for you, and ensure that your quests are all being shown by the O menu. All of these are turned on. Make sure all of it is yellow. Although you should try to do the quest too, Bazinga, because I believe towards the end you can get some extra Idana stones by exchanging Pry Deberekas for Idana stones. So the quest does help a lot for that initial investment. Let me see if I can find that for you. Oh, here we go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Not Chris Folly scaring me. Jesus. Okay, there we go. There you go. There's Chris Folly's got you. Chris Folly's got you. So there's the how to get the extra 5 pieces of Idana sounds. No, you're good, Bazinga. No, you're good. You're good. I'm not really one to care too much about grinding efficiently. I'm just here to grind and hang out with you guys. This is also another reason why I like Star's End too, over Zephyros. Is as Zephyros, it's hard for you to tab out at Zephyros unless you're in the break phase, right? Unless you're in the AFK phase. But Star's End, I can just step to the side and then continue the grind, which is nice. You're heading to bed, I see. All right, no worries. Have a good night, I see. Good night. Also, time for me to refresh my furniture buff. I get to type once every 10 minutes without fear of dying. Dude, yeah, the AFK phase is nice for that, but you gotta wait 10 minutes, right? Because if you stop grinding Zephyros, I think it resets, right? If you take too long. And I've tried before. I've tried like you know, doing streams and doing Zephyros, and like I tab out all the time, Captain. I mean, you've been in my streams plenty of times. Like I tab out so often that I feel like at Zephyros, because I'm locked every 10 minutes to not tab out, it's hard for me to tab out. So Starzan is just a really nice streamer friendly grind spot. Tenor is so much easier to grind on Awakening Wizard compared to Suck DK. And why is that, Michael, for you? Is it the AoE? I'm trying. Oh my god, the rock. AoEs and frontal guards. Yeah, we said that's some pretty good AoE. Oh my gosh. Hold on, guys. My elixirs ran out. I forgot. Forgot I went to my thing. Every time you're in a loading screen, your elixirs turn off. That is annoying. Nothing think about you. bad liar. If I'm gonna do a Dania main quest, can I do it with any character or just the main quest that did all the main character? I don't know if they lose to any. I'm not sure if they've changed the requirements, but I would ideally try to keep it so that you do the main quest with one character. Ideally, just to avoid any potential complications. Is ideally try to do all of your quests on all your quest progression on one character if you can, because maybe potentially it'll be like, oh, to do Edania part 2 you need to have completed Edania part 1, right? And if you separate it, then you might run into some issues. So just to future proof you, right? Because they don't do it all the time, right? Sometimes they do. Sometimes they allow you to just do it separately on other characters, but just to avoid any future potential compilation, you know, complications, just try to do all of your quests on one character if you can. Just in case. Just in case. It would be nice if that was the case though, right? Like if you did part of the quest, or you know, some of the main quests on one character, then it also allows you to do continue from another character too. But I believe because they've structured it as character quests, not family quests, that's why some people run into those issues, right? I guess that's true. I believe they're going for the Idana stones, right? So finish the Idana quest line. Hand in those Pride Rekas, get those extra stones. How is your armors looking, by the way, Bazinga? How are your armors looking? Do you have 10 armors? By the way, funny how you checked out Garnier's Guardian guide. I tagged Guardian a few days ago. Wanted to try something new with more damage than Witch while keeping the same survivability. Yeah, Guardian seems very tanky, yeah. From what I saw with Garnier's guide, yeah. You have that emergency heal too. I kind of wish Woosa had healing rain. That'd be nice. Like if you're just standing in your rain clouds, you got like 500 HP back per tick. And it ticks like, I don't know, like 5 times over 6 seconds. Guardian gets 200 HP per skill she uses on hit regularly. Yeah, Guardian has a lot of HP recovery. Who's also comfy? Yeah, I mean, I've always heard Guardian was. I've never played Guardian myself, I don't even have a Guardian made, but I have heard she's a very comfy class, yeah. Running up inside and hope for fortune. Didn't like your not enough back to Guardian. Yeah, you are kind of slow. Also, as soon as you have Z buff or Shy buffs, your combo isn't a loop. Oh, for Guardian? Oh. I find Awakening Ranger a comfy grind. Oh. Have you played a Ranger for a long time, Aratsun? Because it would make sense that, you know, if you're very familiar and with a class, you would also be comfortable with that class, regardless of how the effort is, right? To be honest, I'll tag an Awakening Guardian just because the base weapon glow fits her so well aesthetically. Oh. Yeah, she does have pretty big weapons. You do kind of get more aesthetic value if your weapon is bigger. Compared to, let's say, I don't know, like Ninja, right? Like your shurikens don't even show up or something like that. You guys have any news if Global Labs, if the Seraph will be nerfed in PvE or something? Because I'm trying out something Succession for the PvE. Yeah, as Captain said, Global Labs is when we usually get news. Whenever Global Labs comes out. But nothing heard yet. No info yet. I have the 19 female chars except Guardian. Ranger is the only one I found comfy enough to grind on. Well, also everybody is different too. Right, everybody has their preferences. That could also be it too. What one might find comfortable might, you know, another person might find uncomfortable and vice versa. what do they say, guys? Like, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, something like that. But in this case, comfort. So you just gotta find one that fits for you. The right fit. If Awagi was tanky, I'd grind on her. Yeah, I believe they mean awakening Megu, yeah. Because Awegu. I love Awego, but she grinds well in only a few spots. I'm assuming because of the low AoE, right? Small AoEs compared to other classes. Yeah, it does make it a lot easier if you have lots of AoE. We got a big boy. Ooh. I think this one's gonna do pretty well, guys. This one. This one already has 100 likes in an hour. That's a pretty good ratio. So maybe I should do more showcase of items. Item showcase videos. One unlucky block jump at Orbita and you meet your maker. Oh. I feel like they should They should just make more abilities PvE iframe, you know? Like the Megu block jump, you know, Tiger Fly, Perilous Waltz from Awakening Woosa. I feel like they should just make more abilities PvE iframe, you know? Why not? I feel like if it's a movement ability, it should be a PvE iframe, you know? Like Butterfly Step. Can Butterfly Step be a PvE iframe? They should also make all 100% and 200% PvE iframe, you know? In my opinion. Every single 100%, every single 200% PvE iframe. The shy buffs, delete shy. Everything's fixed. Guys, all our problems are fixed if we delete shy. Oh my god. Oh my god. I feel like we have so many issues because of shy. Sorry, Wataru. Sorry, Wataru. But if we just delete shy, then we lose all of those problems. Just saying. What about my tax speed? Don't do drugs, guys. Don't do drugs. All I'm saying. Big witch along while you're at it. Whoa, 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 Michael. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down. Yeah, calm down. Oh, fellow Deadeye hater. Oh. There's the Calyx again. Anybody do a lot of bartering? Dude, what are they selling over here? So there's supposed to be a new barter route somewhere, right? What is this? Driving in the rain? Oh, I thought it was like literally just rain. I thought it was literally just rain from this song. Grandia and Starry Eye Port. Oh, Grandia? Oh. Dang. It's a pretty boat ride, yeah. Can't believe they added one all the way down here. Wait, there's another one here at Starry Eye. How do you even get here? Wait, do you have to travel all the way down here to get to Starry Eyed Port? What? From what? From Ilia? Are you serious? That's a long ride. Jesus. Yeah, that's so... Any other like really long rides? Ariha, they added one in Arihaza too? Holy. Is it just purely silver for tier 6 and tier 7? Or do you actually get some crow coins at tier 6 and tier 7 barters? Just silver? Okay. Land More Light would be a nice trade if autopathing has more than 2 brain cells fighting over the 3rd place. Oh, well, you can do like a custom route, right, Arison? If you hold Shift LMB or something like that, or is it Alt LMB? Something like that. So you can kind of make it custom. Maybe that might help, Arison. So if you go to your map and then like if you do Alt, I think it's Alt RMB. Yeah, Alt RMB, and then you can create extra like directions. So maybe that might help. I'm gonna know how much pay to win. You can pay to win bartering now. Oh, what are those ways? I haven't looked them up. What are the ways to pay to win bartering? I guess the ship skin. The ship skin is kind of pay to win. Well, it doesn't give that much stats, does it? AFK phase, so yeah, take your time, take your time. %, movement and some load capacity. Is the 3% movement impactful? I guess it would technically save you time. The rest is way more, like the other things you can pay to win on. Oh yeah, the medallions, right? The sailor capacity stuff, right? You can get some more sailors. Ooh, gravy. We put gravy on fries in Canada, and then we call it poutine. Truly a godless land, oh my god. Loaded poutine sounds so good about that, yeah. What about you, Michael? How do you like your potatoes? Out of the different ways to eat potatoes, what are you guys' favorite? French fries, poutine, mashed potatoes, chips, baked potatoes. It sounds as disgusting as the people that dip their fries in ice cream. Ooh, I've never heard of that. I've heard of people dipping their fries in milkshakes, but I don't think we do that over here in Canada. It sounds like an American thing. Deep frying ice cream is also, I feel like, an American thing. It's because in EU McDonald's is a functional ice cream machine. So their ice cream machine is never broken. X to doubt. You know what I heard? I heard McDonald's in Japan was really nice. Like very, very aesthetic, very like, I don't want to call it like high class, but definitely a lot more sophisticated than a lot of other McDonald's that I've seen. They got some very high-tech McDonald's over there. Okay, I have heard of chocolate potato chips. Not like literally chocolate in the shape of potato chips, but like chips dipped into chocolate. I have heard of that. I haven't had it myself, but I have heard of it where you like, you know, coat the chip in chocolate. And it's called like, I don't know, like bark, like chocolate potato bark or something like that. You haven't seen that before, Michael? Let me see if I can find one. Is it this one? Like this. So they coat it, they coat the chips in chocolate. So I have seen people make these. And then it's supposed to give you like a sweet and salty kind of flavor. So I have heard of it. It doesn't sound that bad. It sounds very rich though. Like I feel like after eating like one or two, I would start feeling sick a bit. Because I'm not much of a sweet tooth kind of guy. I thought you meant fries? No. Like potato chips, yeah. Oh, I guess from where you're from, chips are fries. Right? In Europe, you call chips fries. Or sorry, you call fries chips. No, for Michael. Arath, for Michael. I'm talking about Michael. Michael's from Europe. Unless you meant you. Arath, are you? Wait, no, you're Canadian. You just said. Never mind. That's only a British thing? Oh. Only in the English? Are you English yourself? JN 1994? You from England, mate? Wait, all of EU does if they speak English? Really? I'm getting some conflicting answers. We call chips, they call crisps. Crisps? You call chips crisps? Who? Who's doing that, huh? Stop it. The British do that? So chips and crisps are the same thing? I don't know why, but whenever I hear someone talk about crisps, I just think of cookies. Like like if someone said crisps to me, like I would think of cookies or something. In Eastern Europe, if you say chips, we think like Pringles or Lay's. Okay, I'm a bit of a Pringles hater personally. I just don't like how synthetic it kind of looks, and also I don't know, tastes. I don't know. It's just me. It just feels very like to make Pringles, don't they have to like, you know, crush the potatoes and then make the paste and then like shape it into the chip so that it's like kind of perfect? And then it's almost like too thin. It's almost, I don't know, I'm like unsettled by Pringles personally. Lay's I'm more a fan of because it like it feels more natural. I don't know. It kind of looks like a potato chip, right? Like if you were to just naturally, you know, cut it into thin strips or whatever it is, thin shapes, and then fry it, then that's what it would look like. You know, like it would just naturally look like that when you fry it. But Pringles seems very manufactured, which it is, but like a lot more than like my mind. Like sometimes your mind also eats first, right? Like your eyes eat first before your mouth, something like that. What did they say? Is that what they say? Like your eyes eat first, something like that. I wanna dance, 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 dance. Takes 3 minutes to make your own chips. Are you using like a microwave or something? Boom shakalaka. Dance, dance, dance. Bagged milk? What's wrong with bagged milk? It's more efficient. I also feel like when people think of bagged milk, they imagine how you would use it, and they usually imagine it wrong. Okay, so here's how you utilize bagged milk, guys. Is that you have a specific container. Well, it doesn't have to be a specific container, but essentially you have like a pitcher, right? Like you know, the ones where you like pour water, like a water pitcher or whatever. Well, it's not like, you know, olden days pitcher, but like a, you know, like a water pitcher, I guess. Let me see if I can find a picture. Like if you were to pour, I don't know, filtered water filter container, like one of these, right? Like one of these. So you have one of these, but obviously not for water, but you have a container, and then you put the bag inside, and then you just snip a little bit of the top, and then that's how you pour it. You don't like put it inside, just keep it in the bag. So you just like put the bag in the container, snip the little corner, and then you know, just pour it out like normal. Like this. Here we go. Here's a good example. Like this. So you just like put it in, and then you snip the little corner, and then you pour it. That's how you do it. Instead of just buying the whole, you know, jug. Canada's weird. No, we're normal. If you want to really min-max it, you have to invest 400 pounds. Damn. I need at least 11 sailor slots. So you have more slots to train new ones. 5T4 appearance, character with max weight, and that's pricey. Oh. It does seem like a lot. I love my Woosa, but I might swap weapons to Mystic, kick all the things instead. Yeah, do so, yeah. Mystic's pretty good right now. Sailors and ship skins are also needed for Blue Battlefield? Really? Well, you can't do Blue Battlefield without a ship skin? Wait, really? Is it worth swapping to NA playing from Uruguay, or the lag makes it unplayable? In PvE, the ping doesn't really affect you that much, in my opinion. Like if you have 300 ping and you're just PvEing, I feel like it will not make that big of a difference in your like clear speed and overall gameplay. But if you are PvPing, then it's gonna make much more of a difference. So if you just PvE, then I don't think it's gonna affect you that much. You have cartons and jugs to do? We do, yeah, we do. Although I do try my best to not drink too much milk these days. When I was younger, milk was no issue, but these days milk does not agree with my body that well anymore. Dude, like when I was younger, I used to drink milk like water. Like instead of water, I would just drink milk. But as I got older, I guess the whatever enzyme is breaking down the milk stuff, like the lactase or something like that, it's gone. The only milk products that don't affect me that much is like yogurt. Yogurt is good. Like I can eat a lot of yogurt, nothing's happening. But if it's like milk or cheese, my toilet will suffer. Bum, 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 bum. Jug milk always had a nasty smell to it. The milk container was stinky and the empty spaces inside would be stinky. I grew up in the 80s and 90s on jugged milk. Bag milk just became more mainstream in the 2000s. Oh. And then back then, people had milkmen, right? The milk. Has anyone ever played a game called That's Not My Neighbor before? By chance? It's like an older game, but essentially you're identifying basically who's not a human. And there was one particular character called the Milkman that was just very, very popular on TikTok. And people would make like thirst videos for the Milkman. You suddenly lost 12 AP? From what? Just randomly brings up the milk. What? Not random. We're talking about milk. And there's men who milk. That's why they're called the milkmen. They milk. You don't know. Maybe it's a server buff? Light and more light server buff, maybe? Guild buffs? Milkman related video? What is this? The return of the milkman. Oh, this is the guy. Queso. Monka. Francis. What the hell? Not the milkman. Why is Queso making fun of the milkman, huh? Let me rest here, Jay. Have a nice stream. I will. Thank you for choosing me. Thank you for choosing my stream to rest on. Lots of relaxing vibes here, guys. Blue is an argument streak with choice. You can't. Oh, my chat has been telling me that there's stuff going on there. Yeah, and I had refused to check it out because I don't want to. I'm not really one to cover drama. No. Jay, your milk issue has a lot to do with the way it's processed now. Look for A2 milk. It's much more expensive. Oh. Like why my toilet is suffering? Shauna? Damn. They're changing the way milk is made. Is it not from cows anymore? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying the milk is not from... Where are they from? They're from the milkmen. That's why they're called milkmen, guys. It's from the milkman. The milkman is making our milk. Milkman's witty with the 5 always cracks you up. As a good, yeah, this cover is amazing. Mhm. Oh, they're German. Oh. At what level do Idana's armor begin to glow? Pen. Michael, pen. Pen and then Oct. He's a bigger glow at Oct. They need a I know you can dye the Idana armors, but I feel like there should be an official dye. Like the yellow version, like a sovereign dye for the armors too. A lot of people think it's a lactose issue, which it can be. However, there are studies on how the way it's processed now for more yield breaks down the milk, which causes the gut issues like inflammation. Oh. I see. Yeah, I mean, for me, I've always thought it was a lactose issue. Yeah. So you're saying it could be a different kind of issue. Okay, okay. So you're saying it's not my fault. It's the company's. If you can find the A2 milk, it's not common. If you drink that, it goes away. It's just a milk quality for you. I see. Is A2 a lot more expensive? Yeah, I'll look into that. A2 milk. Thank you, Shauna. Is a 300 stack too much for Ted to pen Idanta? No, definitely not, Michael. Definitely not too much. It's probably more recommended to use a higher stack too. Well, not higher than 300, but like, you know, for those low levels, it's not a crazy idea to use a 300 stack from base to pry, just so you can just guarantee that you don't fail, because those stones are time gated, right? So if you're only getting one stone per week from the weekly, and if you fail the 90%, right, then you're sad. And you gotta wait one more week for your next upgrade. So definitely not a bad idea to use a high stack for those lower levels. I have to massively over the slots to grind comfortably my Wagyu there. I need like 800 year to feel fine at Froggies. Yeah, some classes are just going to be more comfortable than others, right? I will need your Woosa combo after the changes. We'll do some testing. Yeah, after the changes, we'll try some new stuff out here at Star's End. Maybe we'll do some tests over at Zephyros too. See how that fares. But we'll do a lot of content patch day. By the way, since we had that all equal all AP across classes, did they also even out DP for classes which have no DP classes? I have no idea, Captain. I have no idea. I just know that some classes are more comfortable than others to grind on, whether it be being tankier, whether it be having more AoE, whether it be just, you know, overall just being a more defensive class. Like, for example, like Saknova is a very exaggerated example of a class that is meant to be tanky, right, than other classes. So in my head, like, I would not expect an Awakening Megu to be as tanky as a Guardian, to be as tanky as a Saknova, right? So some classes will just be more tanky than others. And then vice versa. Some classes will just kill faster than others. He meant for the classes that doesn't have a DP evasion passives. No idea then. Yeah, if you're meaning something else, I have no idea. I wish the movement on Awakening Nova was less erratic. I love her aesthetic so much, but the movement feels so bad. Well, every class will have their different ways of moving, right? That's for sure. Some will be easier to control, some will be harder to control. And I would imagine, yeah, Awakening Nova is one of the more difficult classes to understand the movement on. I've been told that Woosa, like both Awakening and both Suck, I've been told that they feel clunky for movement. Right? In the very beginning, when people were still figuring out the class, I've been told that, oh, she feels clunky. But once you get used to Woosa, right, definitely very smooth movement once you understand her movement. Have you played a lot of Awakening Nova? Example, Mystic went from 16 AP to 32 AP because she has a 20 DR AP in return. Yeah, not sure about that. Yeah, I'm not sure about those changes, Captain. Chill vibes, thank God I was listening to all that. I've been hearing, yeah, my chat has been telling me there's some drama going on. But we just chill here. We just chill vibes here, guys. Leaf, did you want to maybe do some dark energy floodlands? Maybe I could try to get a third. Trying to get a third person. Dark energy, the Idania party grinding. Maybe that's easier for you to understand. Yeah, the full name is called Dark Energy Floodlands, but I guess most people just refer to it as, you know, the Idania party grinding, I guess. You're gonna be cooking and stuff? How long do you need? We can set it up for after you finish eating and all that jazz. I can look for another person. in the meantime. I've been grinding Awakening Nova now, but I wouldn't dare bring something in Orbita unless if you have some crystal slots. And that's the nice part about getting more AP, right? So you can replace some of your offensive crystals for defensive crystals, because some of the defensive crystals are really strong, right? Like the bitterness crystals for PvE, the HP crystals too, right? Almost everybody view outs either themselves or the agencies behind it for more exposure. It's not the people's mission to judge, but for Twitch to do something, they accept it and thus give their blessings. I have been hearing a lot of viewbot stuff, just not specifically in the video category, but just like in Twitch in general. I remember there was like I was just scrolling down and I saw who was it? Frick, I forgot her name. Extra Emily, that's who it was. Yeah, she was in some recent drama with viewbotting, and I feel like it's kind of expected these days that, you know, those larger streamers, some things going on, right? Some things are going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. I should viewbot too. Didn't know we were all doing it. I was actually accused of viewbotting after do you remember the 10th anniversary stream? Lisa, did you watch the 10th anniversary? So I was rated after, and people were like, "Whoa, you have so many views all of a sudden. Are you viewbotting?" Like, no, I just got rated by freaking the 10th anniversary. What this is called Black Desert Online, Cootie. Yeah, there was 10k viewers. Yeah, there's 10,000 people into me, which I was able to retain like 3,000 or 4,000 of them that day, which I wasn't really planning to do like a really long stream. We ended up doing like a 17-18 hour stream that day, and we were able to retain like a good 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 throughout the day, which is really amazing. I got a lot of follows out of that day. All I remember from that moment was the robots are here, high scissor zones are— yes, that moment. Everybody was redeeming that. Cootie, have you played any other MMOs in the past before, like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy? If you are looking for a new MMO to check out, Black Desert Online is pretty fun. I think it might be on sale right now, if I'm not mistaken. On Steam, I think it's like $1 on Steam right now. So definitely no risk in investment for the game. But I do have to warn you, it is a game that can be very addicting. I'm very addicted to this game, so it might be a game that might take up a lot of your time. But if you got a lot of time to kill, BDO is very good at expending extra time. Hi Garnier. Oh Garnier, we were just watching your Guardian guide earlier. Your Guardian PvE combo guide. What is okay? Okay, so there's one thing that if I were to criticize is that when you were talking about the combos, I wish that you just had like a simple text overlay of your combo on screen. Because I know you mentioned towards the end, like at the end of the video, that you added it to the description, but lots of people will ignore that. Lots of people will not reach the end, listen to you that it's in the description, or check the description. So that is the one thing that I would criticize, is that if you're gonna talk about a combo, just like have it, just like a simple text overlay is fine if you don't want to do too much editing, but having it on screen helps a lot. Yeah. And if you have questions on DaVinci, I mean, I've been editing on DaVinci for a while, so I can help you with some basic stuff if you're confused about anything. Because I know you've been looking at DaVinci stuff. Twitch attacked the issue a few months ago, yeeting a lot of bots, and then got scared by seeing how many top streamers lost amount of views. That hurts their own ad revenue and incentive to attract businesses, and then they just quietly let the bots come back. Definitely, there's a lot of negativity towards the Twitch and the Twitch bots going on right now. Idania hunting spot. Oh yeah, Michael was asking, yeah, Michael was asking if you could make like a combo guide for some of those other Idania spots, like potentially Orbita, potentially Zephyros or something. You're heading to bed? Yeah, go get some rest, Captain. Thank you for hanging out and stopping by. The matchlock hunting spots. Oh, like life skilling? Gross. Gross. Life skilling? Who does life skilling in 2026 BDO? What the heck? You party right now? Hey, Carney. You want to do some Idania party grinding a little later? If you're free. The snakes. There's snakes in Idania? You could? Okay. Well, what time is it for you right now? What time is it for you? 'Cause, I was asking Leave Sonder here earlier. They said they were gonna eat and cook first. So I don't know when they'll be done. Let me scroll up and see if they had an ETA for me. Hey, son, do you have an ETA? Oh, a couple hours. Okay, so it might be a while. So the schedule and timing might not be the most ideal, Garnet. So we'll see. We'll see if we get up to it. So don't be on standby is what I'm trying to say. No worries on being on standby. My sleep schedule has been good. Oh, that's good. How early do you start stream, Garnet? Do you find you get more like viewers during the early morning than towards the like later night? You find there's more action going on? Having a schedule help, I only know the viewer number when I end and raid. I see. We were looking at some barter routes earlier, Garnier, for some of the T6 and T7 stuff, and man, you gotta travel so far. You gotta go all the way to freaking Starry Midnight Port, and just like wrap around the entire continent. Jesus. And then there's like one over here at Arihaza too. Where are the T7 stuff? This is level 6, right? Where are the T7 stuff? Is this T7 here? That's a crow coin. I think there's some here too in Land of Morning Light, right? This one? T7 are closer to Ilya. Oh. Hold on, I have an idea. Orange grade. This one? Where's T7? Do I just not have T7? Maybe I don't have T7 unlocked. Oh, this one. Top quality wine. Oh, like right here. Ovia Coast? 100 mil? Damn. Grayzo, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. How are you? Sazins, Ilya, Lima, Olvia, and Etheria. Okay. So T6 is really far away, but T7 is really close. Interesting. I would think that the T7 will be the ones really far away. 1 billion for making the trip. Hi Tabos, welcome in. I am no longer bound. Yes, what do you use to barter on, Garnier, for your Karak? What kind of Karak do you use? Are you using advanced? I know some people have been using balance, Volante. Hey Jay, I haven't played Black Desert in a while. What are some of the big changes the past year? Is it worth it wasting time here again? Well, BDO, I'm still playing it, so there's definitely some fun stuff to be had here. I have a really good link for you, actually, for people catching up. It is the history page of BDO, and essentially it will catch you up on everything major that has happened over the years. So let's say, you know, you haven't played BDO in a while, so you can look through all the major updates in chronological order here. But some of the major ones since last year, you know, couple new classes, new endgame grinding spot here called Edania, new weapons, new armor, new accessories, right? Karazhan accessories, sovereign weapons, Idana armors. So lots of new things to work on, and there's a lot of catch-up mechanics too. So they have reduced the difficulty of getting pen black stars. They pretty much hand you pen black stars for free now, and you use the pen black stars to craft the new weapons. So lots of nice catch-up mechanics here and there. What class did you play before, by chance? Before you had quit? Great zone. It's so satisfying to barter for Crow coins, T5, T6, and all the way to Harahaza and a T7 and all in one trip. Ooh. How many Crow coins can you get per day these days? Like if you were to min-max Crow coins? Because I'm like wondering, maybe like buying the null might be the better strat than grinding for the null, you know? Null would be a nice quality of life boost. Yeah, when you have, like, for anyone who has the null, do you use the null during autopathing too? Like, do you go faster during autopathing, or is null only active when you're manual sailing? Special barters are more frequent. Oh. Okay, how many special barters do you get per day? If you were to do bartering every day, how many on average per day compared to before? The active barters usually auto move with auto breathe, but not auto path. Oh, okay. So they just like auto move in a direction, right? Like they aim a direction, let the auto path go or auto move go. Right? I get out one special barter per refresh. Really? Oh. So pretty often. Special barters scale on trade goods. Oh, really? So if you are bartering more higher tier stuff, then you have a very much more likely chance of getting a special barter, right? If you're trading in T7s, right? Oh, I see. Okay. What's the best thing you've gotten from special barters, Garnier? Dude, how's PvP right now? People are still PvPing. Yeah, there's quite a bit of competitive stuff going on. They've added some ranked guild PvP called Guild League. Arena of Solaire is still going on. So yeah, there's a tournament going on right now, actually. I don't know if that concluded yet. Did that tournament conclude yet? Because I know that was going on yesterday, right? The tournament. I think that concluded now, and then they're taking it to the Hideout Ball for the finals, right? So yeah, there's still some really competitive PvP stuff going on. Yeah. First made Clea for the Parlay Clut. Yeah, is that the best one? Do you have that one, Garnier? Are you using Clea? Oh, Trigger, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Welcome in. Best silver value is probably those two, but I've gotten a few 5 to 7k Crow Coin plus. Like per refresh, or like just like one trade, like one special barter trade. 5 to 7k Crow Coins, damn. Do you think Suck is better than Awakening at the Altar of Blood? No, I think Awakening has a lot better tools than AoE to do Altar of Blood. Trigger. You have both Succession and Awakening available as Awakening, right? And if you just Stormfall, right? If you just use Shift Q in Awakening, that will also just instantly kill the mobs at the early stages of Altar Blood. So it's really nice. Are you familiar with weapon swapping with Awakening Woosa and Sakusa? The main hand in Awakening, because that will give you a big advantage in Altar of Blood. Because Altar of Blood early stages is all about just AoE. So if you have two skill sets to work with, that's a lot of extra AoE, right? Later stages, definitely more knowing how to play the class. Duvenkern is the best since it has one big long road to train horses. Oh, for horse training. Oh. I usually just go to Velia. I usually just do it at Velia because I'm too lazy to go all the way to Duvenkern. But ideally I would have an alt. Right? Ideally I would have just a horse alt at Duvenkern, to be honest. Yeah, 354 AP. I think you could do like up to level 10 maybe with 350. Let's see what the thing is. Altar of Blood. Yeah, about level 10, 11, 12. And then afterwards, it might be difficult for you to kill the mobs because you're not at the appropriate AP level. Yeah, it is. It's 3-man. Yes, it's I don't know if you were there before, but back in 2018, 2019, Altar Blood was there too. It just was a older version of it, so they recently reworked it. So it's a tower defense mechanic. So you had to defend a tower from 4 lanes, 4 different lanes. One lane is like thicker, one lane is thinner. There's 2 lanes that are like twin lanes, and then you have 3 people to defend the 4 lanes. Occasional bosses that spawn too. And really good rewards. It is not something that you can spam though. It's like a once a week kind of thing, but there is a first time clear reward, which is really good. The first time clear reward is like, if you clear all 21 levels for your first time, it's like 50 bill plus worth of stuff. And then the weekly is like 5 to 10 bill worth of stuff every week. And when you do the weekly, it's just like the one highest level that you last did. So right, you don't unlock level 21 right away. You have to make your way to level 21, and then going forward, you just do level 21 with your friends, and then you get the highest reward after that. I'm grinding DSR right now. I don't know if a second Awakening is better there. Yeah, I recommend Awakening. Awakening is the more meta spec right now for all things PvE. How is it different than Black Shrine? So Black Shrine is a purely bosses. The Altar Blood is waves of monsters. So tower defense, waves of monsters. You defend the middle tower. Whereas Black Shrine is just the boss, right? You also might remember Star's End from a while back. Rezo said they recently reworked Star's End to be an end game, the grind spot. It's one of the new places that drops Deboreka earrings. And also something called dyes and pigments, which are worth quite a bit. If I just search, is it just pigment? Yeah. So these are worth quite a bit. I dropped one of these ones a couple days ago, last week. This is like 40 bills, so it can potentially drop from here. The red one's not as popular. I guess people like purple more. I left at 340 AP for 40 DP something. Oh, okay. Well, you're close to doing the first Idania boss, Grezo. You're at 330 AP. Do you remember what your gear was at? Like in terms of like, do you have a Garmoth setup? Also, make sure you grab all the Calpheon ball codes soon. There's a ton of stuff you can get from the Calpheon ball codes. Check your Y tab too. You might get a bunch of hammers too. They're giving you free hammer taps based on the sheet AP you get. So you might have like 10 hammers waiting for you potentially in your Y tab. Jay said Awakening is the meta, but always play suck at Star's End. Yeah, I mean, those are 2 different sentences, right? I'm playing suck at Star's End. Awakening is the more meta spec. Those are 2 different sentences. Yeah. Dude, I only had 320 AP. Oh, let's take a look. Okay, that's not too bad. So some easy upgrades would be upgrading Kabuas. There's an upgraded version. They cost like 3 to 4 bill to upgrade, and you get a ton of stats. Getting these to try would be good too. Getting your like final Karazads out of the way would be nice too. Getting these to pen, right? And then Sovereign offhand is going to be huge too. So those are some things to work on right away from what I see. Hi Blanco, welcome in. How are you? Let's get our horse buff. You know what'd be cool is if you summoned your horse and then it did the horse buff for you. Right, like that. Right? Wouldn't that be cool? Someone in the video character who's actually playing the game. Is everybody watching the whole thing going on? I have been hearing it. My chat has been kind of mentioning what's been going on, but I'm just here to play BDO. What are you up to right now, Blanc? You grinding as well? You grinding? Maybe that might be a good way to reposition there. Is after SF, I do Shift R and B cancel. Adds overall a little bit more damage and also keeps you a little bit safer too. Especially during nighttime. That might be a good technique. Yeah, there we go. That seems a lot smoother too. Events for next week look pretty good. What's going on next week? Tell us. Can you be my patch notes? What's going on? Oh, you're back, Krisa? What browser do you use by chance? Do you happen to use like a non-Chrome browser? Like Firefox or Opera? because whenever there's ads playing, there's a little trick you could do to still hear the streamer and still watch the stream. Is there's gonna be a little mini player above the chat, and you just pop it out. Hover your mouse over it, pop it out, and then unmute the stream, mute the ads. And that's been a thing for a while in Twitch. It's just not a very well-known thing. You unfortunately you do have to use a non-Chrome browser. Yeah, the Firefox should work. Yeah, I use Firefox too. The next time it happens, you can do it on any stream. Doesn't have to be just mine. What's most people's end game looking like right now? In terms of gear, Grayzo. So full Idana armors. So the new Idana armors. Charizard's a deck. And deck weapons too for the sovereigns. That's the end game. Most people usually stop around like Oct Idana armors because after that it's kind of hard to get. So if we use my gear, for example, people would probably stop right here, I guess, before things get like almost impossible. Maybe like here. Like if I were to put soft cap, actually, if I were to say the new soft cap is, it's like this, like Nov accessories, Splendid Alchemy Stone, Pen Idana armors, and then Oct weapons. I would kind of say this might be soft cap, but it's a little bit high for soft cap. So maybe like a softer soft cap would be like Pen Charizard's would be a softer soft cap. And then try Idana armors. Sorry, try Fallen God armors. Hold on, let me move to a safe spot before the mobs kill me. Where is Fallen? Fallen. Oops, it is a Tor shoes. So I kind of want to say that would be soft cap. Maybe a Resplendent instead. So yeah, this would be like soft cap, and then the other one would be like a harder soft cap, and then hard cap would be everything deck. Yeah, the AP goes up quite high now. Yeah, 395 AP. We actually have the new Ultra Blood actually introduced a brand new AP recommendation, which is 400. So this one, 21st Illusion. This is the first 400 AP spot that we have in the game. This was added like last week. So the next spot they do plan to add is Idania Part 2. So the second region after Idania. So this region over here. And so we're thinking they're going to add some new accessories, like a new accessory slot to try to get over 400. Oh, daily and weekly routine. So weekly would be like weekly boss splits, so solo and party boss splits. So the Black Shrine. So there's solo one and then party one. Dungeons are also worth doing. So we have the 4 dungeons now. So Valmakia, Sakrakia, Yolanakia, and Orzekia. And then there's also the solo dungeon, Red Heart with Elezra. So that one doesn't take that long to do. You just kill a boss for that one. Other weekly stuff is, I guess, your weekly quests for whatever you want to do. Right? Like weekly, I don't know, horse taming stuff if you still need your Krogdalos stable, like the T10s and stuff like that. And that one you just make up. Life skilling, bartering recently just got a big rework. We've been talking about bartering a lot for the last hour. So if you're into bartering, it's pretty good right now. Some might say OP. It's in a pretty good spot right now for bartering. But it does take a bit of time to get the ball rolling for bartering. Right? So if you want to make the big monies in bartering, right, it's nice to have a Karak already made, right? And Karaks are very expensive. If you want to buy, you can buy them off the market now, but they're 50 bill. And so if you do want to get started right away in bartering, you know, that big investment for the 50 bill is quite a lot, but you can craft it on your own if you want to craft it. Yeah, but these ones are all 50 bill for a Karak. If you're wondering which ones are the best for bartering, I think advanced is generally what people use for bartering, but also I've seen a lot of people barter on Volante because it goes fast too. So advanced has more weight, Volante has more speed. And balance, some people said balance is good now. I don't know. I still think balance is kind of bad, personally. And then Valor is more so for combat. Oh, you have a Volante? Okay, there you go. Yeah. That's good. That's good. That's the first thing you need to really get the ball rolling for bartering. Is getting a Karak. I mean, I guess you could barter with the smaller boats too, but it's just like not that good, right? Jaykun will now become the Giga Raccoon? What do you mean? Huh? What do you mean by that, huh? Best way to get a character is joining the Sailor Discord and tag along with people and do, yeah, the Sailies. Yeah. I also have in case anybody wants to do Sailies, here is the Google Doc for it. Not made by me, of course, but I believe this is from somewhere I got it, but I didn't make it. But there's the Sailies if you want it. The biggest raccoon to ever exist. True. I am currently the biggest raccoon in the BDO category, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there's no bigger raccoon in BDO category that other than me. It is I. Soon it will just be my raccoon playing for me. Soon it will just be like this, guys. It'll just be like this. Hold on, let me just... It'll just be like this now. Soon. Do you do any siege on cap with all the gear? No. No, I'm not a PvPer. I have done PvP stuff in the past, but nothing to any high caliber. Nothing high caliber at all. Just like a bit of AOS here and there. Node, like a little bit of node wars here and there, but nothing crazy. Most of these days I just hit the mobs. Which is like one of the main reasons why I really like BDO a lot too, is that you don't have to, you can just do the content you want to do to progress in the game. You don't have to interact with PvP, you don't have to interact with life skill. I'm not much of a life skiller myself, right? You can just do the content you want to do to progress the game. So if you want to focus on life skills, you can. If you want to focus on PvE, you can. If you want to focus on PvP, there's a lot of new sources of income. It will never be as good as active grinding, of course. Like the PvP rewards will never be as good as active PvE, but there is a lot of better rewards now these days for PvP. Like it's worth doing for your time in PvP. Whereas before it was like basically nothing, right? You need to surpass Snuffy or whatever that one was. Oh. We spend money to PvP more than make money. Yeah, that was kind of the highlight for the game a while back, right? Was the PvP, but I kind of feel like BDO is in a more PvE centric game at the moment versus PvP. There's still PvP, right? There's still like tournaments going on and all that jazz, but it's still gonna be PvE focused for now. Especially with the new region that just came out. They did introduce something called Idanas in the new zone, Rezo. So basically every week, the highest geared people, also it's like RNG choice sometimes too. It's like the 7 highest geared people and then 3 random people who signed up will be chosen to do a free-for-all. And then the person that wins will be crowned the Idana of that castle. And it's like 10 to 15 bill a week if you're the Idana, and you can pop a 100% drop rate buff for that region if you win. And then whoever wins the free-for-all will fight the Idana that won last week. So every week that happens. And that Idana, if you win, you can pop a regional buff for 100% drop rate. You can get 10 to 15 bill worth of stuff. But again, it is right if you are somebody who is so both gear and also class and skill, right? Gear, class, skill, all that jazz will contribute to you winning, right? So if you just happen to be a very good meta 1v1 class and also good at that class over the other person, you will be the Idana. But if you're like a shy, there's, you're probably not winning the Idana if you're a shy or something like that, So there's always going to be those meta classes who are winning. As is with everything in BDO, right? Meta. Meta the meta. Okay, 1 second, guys. I just want to quickly use the washroom before we continue. One of my favorite clips from BDO to this day is Zeth losing the 1v1 Wutaru in RBF. Oh no. When was that? Was there a clip of that? Okay, I'm just gonna be right back and use the washroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back like 2-3 minutes. Hello, I'm back. Check Discord, I'm back. Okay. Hi, Arcanner. Welcome in. Crystal, when you say crystal event, like no breaking of crystals, Arcanner? No crystal breaking? Oh, the ore for crystals. Oh. Ba, ba, ba. La, la, la. Okay, I want to grab a. I want to grab a snack real quick. Hi Gurney. Yes, I saw. Yeah, I can ask Futters. Yeah. Lisan said he's gonna be cooking for a while, so he may or may not be. Yeah, depending on the timing. Is it the Kalina? Oh, it's Celestia. Like a Celestia outfit. Dun dee dun dun. Dee dun dun. Dee dun dun. Um, any new Sanity videos? No. Maybe we look up some Path of Exile stuff. Because I am pretty interested in this next league. Bum, bum, bum. Message Fighters? Yes, I did see that. Yeah, Garnet. Yeah, go get some rest, Garnet. No worries. Again, the me asking you was just like in case you're available. If not, it's like no worries at all. Yeah, it's not anything like too pressing. It's not a pressing matter, you know. Ooh, maybe take a look at these build showcases. These one look kind of cool. Let's do add to queue. Add to queue. Boom, boom, boom. Won't be much real until the 7th. Yeah, I'm excited for that one. But for now, we just watch some Path of Exile 2 stuff. I never saw this class before. Disciple of Varashta. I've never seen this one. I skipped a couple leagues, so I don't think I've seen this one yet. Ooh. A genie summoner? Dang, that art though. What does the art look so Dude, the witch has seen better days, or the sorceress has seen better days. Ooh. 3 Jin? Ooh. Reflect is now 33% with 12-second CD. Oh, they changed stuff in Sakusa or Kenner? Oh. So when you say 12-second CD, they reduce the cooldown of SQ to 12 seconds. Letting the raccoon gain now? Yes, yeah, do you see like the mouse movement? And then if I press like A, you see the cute, yeah, the raccoon is doing my bidding now, yeah. Dealing Cheater Labs? Okay, good to know. Hi, Floppy Donkey, how are you? We're just taking a bit of a break from the grind, eating some food, and watching some Path of Exile stuff. The new league is coming up soon, so we're just checking out some content. Ooh. Ooh. That seems really cool. It seems like a very aesthetic kind of build too, with all the ice explosions. You're gonna be playing, Floppy, in the new league? What build do you usually go? What's your go-to build? Ooh. Oh. Quick question, when should I graduate? Right when I have season awards finished? You could stay Mirador and still grind out your potions if you still need potions, like the infinite potions from the season. So there's the Ornette's Essence, Ornette's, I think it's Ornette's Spirit Essence and Adore's Spirit Essence, which is the infinite HP and mana pot. And they're nice to grind in the seasons because you get extra materials and extra time-filled stones in the seasons. Also, there's probably less people grinding there, and you can't get PvP'd in the season servers. There's no PvP, unless you go to the PvP server, but don't go there if you don't want PvP. So those are places nice to grind early on. So you could stay in seasons if you want to, or graduate to just go like beyond, like go further, like you don't really care about the infinite potions now. You can always buy it later for about 10-15 bills silver. So that's also another thing you could do. So those are your kind of paths to take. Stay in seasons, so you just have a, less people to contest your grind spots in. Nice place to grind out your infinite potions, extra materials, or just push forward. Keep progressing the game. Use the new gear that you get from graduating, etc., to grind other grind spots. But there's no negatives, right? Whether you graduate early or graduate later, there's not really negatives. So don't worry too much if you graduate early. Ooh, dang, look at that dot. Holy crap. Games nowadays making this multiple class character releasing. Maybe PA does the same. Maybe. Oh. Isn't it Amanamuz, right? Hmm. I still think I might go. Wait, if they release Righteous Fire for Path of Exile 2, we'll drink Righteous Fire, but there's no Righteous Fire currently. So the next one that I like doing is the dot spread build with Contagion and Essence Drain. That one has always been really satisfying to do. So we might still go that build. All right, let's go back to the grind. Okay. What if we get Mage, Gunner, and Fighter at the same time? Oh. Like a class with all of those aspects, Arcana? And a class with all of those features. Oh, like 3 different classes at the same time? I don't think so. I don't think they would do 3 classes at the same time. The most we ever got was 2, right? We got Woosa and Megu at the same time. Well, a month apart, but basically at the same time. No PvE. Well, they're speeding up some animations, Flax, so that is a buff in damage, right? If you speed up some animations. They're speeding up SE Thunderstroke, SF Cloud Carve, and Shift RMB. Cloud Rise. There was also some last minute changes according to Arcana. I don't know if you saw. They had changed SQ from 25% damage to 33%, which is a little bit better, and also reducing the cooldown from 20 seconds to 12 seconds. So almost a 50% drop in cooldown if you were using SQ a lot, which I imagine a lot of people use SQ to just stay defensive, right? Like a defensive maneuver. What tier do you think Woosa will be after the change for PvE? I don't think it will change too much, Lito. I don't think it will change too much. It might honestly just stay in the same place where it's currently at. But the changes haven't gone through yet, at least for NA. So we're gonna do a lot of testing, Lito. So if you come back on patch day, we'll be doing a lot of testing and seeing how it feels after the changes. I'll have much more information for you. I'll have a report ready for you if you come back. But for now, we are patiently waiting for the patch to come to the servers, which is in 2 more days. 2 more days until the patch comes out. If you were the developer, Flex, what kind of changes would you want for her? If you could make the patch notes yourself, what kind of changes would you want for the class? For me, it would be a rework to her Magnus skill. I feel like the Magnus skill, and I feel like most people will agree, the Magnus skill for Woosa, not the greatest. Not the most useful ability in the kit. To be honest, they could simply add cast speed into a skill and buff damage like 10%. So just number tuning. Our counter. Oh, and lowering some skill CDs. Okay, okay. Which ones would you lower? We're gonna lower some CDs. Which ones would be needed for lowering? I kind of feel like Shift F and Shift E. Right, Segunja Chrysanth and Segunja... Like, a lot of the Segunja spells could be reduced by like 1 second. Hi, Mike. She's a good kid, fancy animations. Yeah. She definitely has a really... I think her design is really cool. Right. One of the best looking designs in the game. Jay, what class is going to be more OP in the upcoming patch in your opinion? Okay, here's how I read the patch notes, Dragon D's nuts. I scroll down and I'm like, oh, not the class I play, not the class I play, not the class I play, not the class I play. Ooh, Woosa. That's how I read the patch notes. So I honestly don't know. I don't read any of the other patch notes. I scroll down and then I just look for the class that I play. So I don't know. So Woosa got it. We'll see, we'll see. Classic Woosas, I imagine every class does that. We'll only really know once the patch comes out. So how about come back in about 2 days, right? And then we'll have some more information for you, Dragon D's nuts. But for now, we're just patiently waiting for the patch. Sage got really cool animations in his awakening. I wish it was a female class. Oh. Yeah, I do know there's a lot of people that wish there was, you could just choose your gender, right? To be honest, if we were in a medieval world, Jay would be that alone a library guy with insane amount of books. Me? Also, if PA added gender swap option, they would have more players. Maybe they might do it in the future. Who knows? That could be a way to sort of reinvent the wheel. Well, it doesn't reinvent anything, it's just gender swapping. But let's say they stop making classes. Would you trade that? Would you trade stop making classes and start gender bending the classes if that was an option? So no more new classes for the next little while until they gender bend all the classes. Would you trade that? So like every few months they would just use 5 more classes that now have a opposite gender. No, because classes will still be unbalanced. Well, I don't think we'll ever. I don't think we will ever reach a state of equilibrium. Dragon D's nuts. Metas will come and go. Classes will get buffed and nerfed. There will never be a state of equilibrium. So you just go with the flow is what I would advise. Is if you want to play the meta class, play it. Play the meta class, have fun while you're on it, and then if it gets nerfed, you can either stay or move on, right? That's just how it works. That's how it's been, actually. How much DP should I actually have for Hex? Like total DP, the recommended is accurate. Yeah, whatever the recommended total AP is. Yeah, whatever it says there. That's how much you should be at. You can go with lower AP, lower DP, but it's more so on you, right? Like if you're playing really well, you can get away with having lower DP, right? If you are good with your positioning, also class-wise too. Certain classes will just be a lot tankier than other classes, right? Let's say Guardian, let's say Suck Nova, right? Those classes are generally tankier than others. Than something like an Awakening Megu, per se, right? Would be kind of squishy compared to a Suck Nova. So there's always going to be classes who are, you know, have better AoE, have more survivability, have more damage. So you play to your strengths, right? What class do you play right now, Jason? What's your current class that you play? Oh, Suck Ninja. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not too sure about Suck Ninja's defensives, but I do know that it grinds really well if you can handle the APM. I do know from what I've seen from like Armin's a really good ninja player. I've seen that he grinds really well, but it's a lot of buttons to press. If you do want to stay really safe, you could use harmony drops. So any of the species harmonies will work because Hex is not a specific species run area, so you can use any of the species ones, not regular ones though. Don't use the regular harmony drops because the regular harmony drops do not have minus 10% monster DR. Only the species damage ones do. But that will give you a lot of survivability is if you use a harmony draft. If you're worried about dying. DB doesn't matter much unless you're going to Edania zones. Yeah, towards the end game, it matters a lot more for having higher DP for those end game spots. That's true. A ninja's cool, but I don't have the hands for that class. Yeah, that's why there's options, right? That's why you get a lot of options in BDO. Do I need to hit the 1130 AP cap before going? No. You don't. I would say like if you're like 50 AP below is fine. If you're 50 AP below the recommended spot, you're fine. I was doing Hex while under the cap for both AP and DP without infinite potions. Yeah, if you are just a Giga gamer, right? If you're skilled at the game, you can get away with lower AP and DP for any grind spot in the game, right? Obviously, you would be much better off if you did have the recommended AP and DP, but you can compensate by just playing really well for having low DP or low AP, right? Ooh, is that a full Origin of Hunger? What the heck? Do people buy those? Or is it like something I would just... I guess they do, right? Let's put it up. Yeah, people seems like people are buying them. Harmony for HP perfume for mana combined with Woosa Gaming. Yes, spirit perfume elixirs. They give mana back. Wish was had a much bigger fan. Oh, just like the idle stance? Arcana? How big? Like if the fan was just like the shy boomerang, right? It's just like on its back or something. I should be chilling with Harmony, tired of Honglims. Yeah, the Honglim jail. Yeah, try it out. Do you know the dynamic of how to grind the spot, Jason? Because there is a particular way you want to be grinding it. And essentially, you want to kill the skeletons around the scythe guy, right? I think it's called a Whitmer. And once you kill enough of the guy, he will be hittable. And when you kill him, waves of mobs will spawn. But you kind of want to do it in a 3-way cycle, if that makes sense. So once you kill all the skeleton guys initially of the first one, you go to the next pack. Kill those guys, go to the next pack. Kill those guys, go to the, until all 3 of them are hittable. And then you want to start all those waves at the same time. And then every 10 seconds you're moving. Even if you're leaving mobs behind, you're moving to that next pack. Every 10 seconds, that's a good rule of thumb. Every 10 seconds you move to the next pack. Just kill as many as you can in those 10-second bursts, move on to the next pack, repeat. And then just keep having your pets going and going and going. That is the strategy for getting high trash there. Also, Marnie Realm. Marnie Realm is where the best version of it is, which is weird. It's weird how the Marnie Realm was the best version. If you haven't done so already, watch some videos too. That helps a lot with seeing the dynamic of the grind spot, especially if you can find one that, you know, you're playing that class that they have on video, right? What you wish for, my friend. Oh, my friend. Sometimes the chain fan kit goes off instantly. Due to the hit acceleration. That's weird. It like trips me up on my combo. I gotta react fast. Is there any workaround for Kabuas besides buying for 10 bill? Workaround. You could grind for it yourself. But how much is Israhid? I feel like if you're doing Hex, you could do Israhid. Islands. What is the AP for Highlands? Let's see. Monster Zone info. Highlands. 1180. So you could try, yeah. If you're like 1100 AP, you could try Azurian Highlands. See if that works out for you. You could drop the full one. Also, there's the pity one too, Kabua's Fragments, which you can craft the Kabuas from. And there's 100 right now. There is 100 right now available if you want to craft it yourself. It does require a bunch of magical lightstone crystals though. How much S per hour is that? What is S per hour? What is S? How much S per hour? Do you mean trash per hour? Oh, silver per hour. Oh. Guys, I'm really slow with acronyms. So if you guys could do me a favor and you guys type the full word, that would help me out. Because for some reason, acronyms do not. They do not. Like, what is LOL? Does anybody know what LMAO is by chance? Silver per hour at Star's End? Probably like 3-4 bill an hour from my experience. I mean, I've already gotten 3 debos this hour, so that's already pretty good. I didn't know you had a pet here. I see him, would you? Welcome in. Hi. Yes, my raccoon is playing for me. Count sharing. Don't tell PA. Don't tell PA, Simuju. Don't rat my raccoon out. Oh, there's another debo. 4 debos this hour. Pretty good. I thought you were the... Yes, I am the raccoon. True, yeah. We'll say that. Are you seeing with you? What are you up to right now? Are you still working? You still working in the office? Was staying a little late in the office. Wanted to stop by and say hi. Well, hello, Simuju. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. We're just grinding away, the never-ending grind of BDO. We're currently working on deck main hand. We're 90 taps deep in so far. Surely we don't pity, right? I lurk often in your streams because you have great music playing. Oh, thank you, Simuju. Thanks for lurking. I really appreciate that. I usually try to keep it chill around these parts. Just nice chill stream. I have been posting, I don't know if you've been playing or like looking at too much Crimson Desert stuff. But I have been posting quite a bit of Crimson Desert stuff on my other socials and stuff, like Instagram. It's been doing pretty well on the Instagram side compared to my BDO stuff. TikTok too, surprisingly. You watch them all, Simuju? Thank you. I'm trying my best to create more sustainable content, because like some of the like these ones where I'm like narrating everything takes a long time. I'm narrating everything, I'm subtitling everything, I'm getting those clips, so it's like very hard to upkeep every day. So I've been trying my best to make more like stuff like this where I'm just showcasing one item, which is the Constellation helmet. This one's doing pretty well. It's 200 likes in 4 hours so far, so that one's doing decently. So that one is a lot more sustainable for me every day. But the ones where I'm like fully narration, full subtitles. Oh, hold on, I accidentally started transferring my BSR. Let's lock that ability. I haven't really been able to progress too much beyond. I mean, I finished the story. I finished the story of Crimson Desert, but I don't think I'll be able to 100% it. Not because I don't like the game enough to 100% it, but it's just like a lot of time. And we got a lot of grinding and BDO to do. Oh my god, my loot scroll ran out. Okay, there we go. There's a lot of stuff to do in Crimson Desert. One day I might 100% it, but for now we're kind of just making content with it. Wish I had more time. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff. Did you finish the story? Did you finish the story in Crimson Desert? Cheer to the end. You're still in Hernand? Oh no. No, you're one of those people still in Hernand. There's so many memes, would you, where it's like, oh, I'm 200 hours in, I'm still in Hernand. I'm like, there's no way. There's no way you're still in Hernand. Not to mention all the stuff they'll add to. Yeah, I imagine there's going to be some more content going forward. Yeah, especially after they finish all the patches, right? Because the game is in the best state it's ever been currently, right? Since day one. Lots of quality of life patches coming out. Yeah, basically a single player MMO. Yeah. Evelon, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Welcome in. I finished the entire main quest. The world felt empty without something to punch at. Yeah, they are planning to add some more replayability with some bosses and also blockades, like they're re-blockading stuff, so meaning they are reoccupying those nodes, right? The nodes where you do a lot of battling. So that is one of the issues that they are going to address in the future, according to the dev notes. Who just spawned? Sangoon and Nuver. Let's go to that. World bosses are pretty worth doing these days, guys. They do give quite good stuff. Also, one of the main reasons to why I grind Star Zen, guys, is because I like it. First, that's like my first reason. I really like the grind spots. Second reason, it's nice to tab out to, right? Because you can't really AFK and tab out in Zephyros until you're at the AFK phase, which for me, I tab out way too much. And also, let's say a world boss spawns too. You can't really like get out without interrupting your grind at Zephyros. So only Sakurai and only Star Zen you can really just do stuff. Hopped over from YouTube since I watch your vids there. Oh, thank you for watching, Devilant. Well, thank you for watching. Oh, I see you got the Chaos Orb badge. Are you a PoE enjoyer? We were just watching some PoE 2 stuff earlier while I was taking a break. I'm excited for the new league coming out. Oh, Project Diablo 2. Ooh. I've been thinking about trying Project Diablo 2 because I was playing the new Diablo 2 Resurrected Warlock that they released with some of my friends, and they were talking about Project Diablo 2, which got me interested in checking it out. I just haven't had the time to check it out, but I am interested because I did have quite a lot of fun with D2R. So maybe Project Diablo 2 will give some more endgame, because I feel like I'm so spoiled with PoE, right? With PoE, you have so much content in the endgame, and when I was playing D2R, I was like, oh, where's the endgame content? I'm like, I'm just doing Hell Act over and over. I'm just like making new games for Hell Act. Where's my, where's my, I don't know, my ultimatum, where's my blight? You know, those are my favorite content, by the way, from Path of Exile, is ultimatum and blight. I love Blight League. What does Sangoon drop or lend them? Quite a lot of stuff. So you got a lot of reforged stones. You just got a bunch of gold bars. Definitely set them up if you haven't already. Jason, set up an alt here. They take like 2 minutes to kill, right? They don't take very long. And they provide, maybe if I were to put a value on it, between 500 mil to a bill when you kill the boss. And then potentially up to 2 bill if you get lucky with drops. But on average, like 500 mil to 1 bill for me worth of stuff. And again, they take like 2 minutes to kill. If you're on like EU servers, apparently they die in like 30 seconds. You basically got to be logged on when the boss spawns, otherwise you won't get the kill. Yeah, there's some jackpot items like there's like a bag that could potentially get you a TED accessory. I've never gotten a TED accessory from it, just like base accessories, but hey, could hit a jackpot. Let's see what we get here. Not too much here, but the tokens are nice because you can exchange the tokens for these primordial crystals, which are like 20 mil each. You can get 32 of them per week. And then who spawned again? Nuver also spawned. Ooh, Kriparian. Does Kriparian still play Diablo? Does he still play ARGs? Because Krip was like a big face for PoE in the early days. I don't know if he still plays it. I imagine he does. He takes it pretty casual these days, right? He's had a very successful career. Dude, they would download quicker if on NA if people attack the boss. Yeah, I am one of the culprits, unfortunately. Kondo is sometimes I hit the boss and then I just go to the washroom. I have to be honest. I will admit that I might be one of those people that sometimes doesn't hit the boss because I gotta like AFK or something. I've never played Bazaar before. I saw that I did see that Krip was making Bazaar content, but I don't think I've ever seen too much of it. It's kind of like a card game, no? Like Hearthstone? Card game auto chat. Oh, so like the Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Right, the auto battler stuff. I've never really been a fan of auto battler stuff, to be honest. Ooh, here's the bag I was talking about. Okay, watch this, guys. Free TET accessory. Ready? What are we getting? What are we getting? And base passing. Well, you win some, you lose some. They added another outfit, but not for Woosa again. Ooh, what's the outfit? Or counter, what's the outfit? He mostly sticks to simpler games because as he got older, his hands don't like anything that requires quick action. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely, when you get older, you don't react as fast. That's true. That's true. Don't you agree? Hydrate, guys, hydrate. Do you have a screenshot of the new outfit, Arcaner? you next to me. All night I ride with you, and now you know that it's true. You come on. Let's get physical. Nice. Is that it? Okay, hold on. Let me just kill this pack real quick. Ooh, is there any cheap furniture buffs that are worth in last 3 hours? Yes. If you can be in a guild, actually I can show you which heads. Hold on, let me just pick up those loot. But if you're in a guild, you can go to something called a guild banner if you have it set up for your guild. So our guild is really nice, and someone always supplies heads for us. And you want to use the Master Special Tuft Shadow Line heads. The special stuffed ones will be 3 hours. These ones. So we have someone always supplying these. So these are 3 hours, and they have 10 charges. And then these ones are DR, and this is accuracy over here, the boar heads. So yeah, we have somebody always supplying those for us for free. That's the perk of our guild, which is really nice. And you can go to it from any area, right? You can just click that, TP to it, and then get your buff. So that's the nice thing about being in a guild too, and an active guild, is if somebody might supply those for you. Also, let's take a look at these this outfit. Ooh, that looks kind of cool. I like this. I wish Woosa had this. Yeah, this is nice. Okay. That's pretty cool. New Kuno outfit? It seems like it, yeah. Apparently it's not for Woosa, so that's sad. But it looks pretty cool. It might be for a couple different classes too. But it seems like they're using a Kuno for the showcase. I just left my guild because they were completely inactive. Yeah, definitely join a more active guild. It's a lot more fun in my opinion. Jason, if you join an active guild, our guild is like super active with a lot of stuff, like guild bosses too. If you can join in on guild bosses, that's guaranteed 5 to 6 bill a week from guild bosses. In gold bars, raw silver, not even things you would sell at the market. Just literally, they just give you 5 to 6 bill of gold bars for doing weekly boss splits, or sorry, not boss splits, guild bosses. So we always do ours after Vel reset, after Vel Wednesday Vels. Are you on NA, Jason? We might have some slots in our guild. Let me just go to this pack. Let's see if we're full or not. Yeah, it seems like there's slots. So if you want to apply to nests, we don't do anything PvP though. We don't really do anything PvP. We're just a very casual PvE guild. But you can apply to nests, see if you get in. Discord's pretty active too. We got like Discords for like party grinding too, if you want to do some party grinding. Is for Kuno, Witch, Draconia, and Deadeye. What? Witch is getting that? That doesn't seem like a witch outfit. That does not seem like a witch outfit. That seems more like a Woosa outfit than a witch outfit, in my personal opinion. Not just because I want the outfit for Woosa, but I really do think that does not fit a witch aesthetic, in my opinion. When I look at this looks way more for Woosa than witch. What the heck? Witch? Are you serious? I don't see it. I don't see it. I do not see it. Was it a nest? Any NEST? Any NEST nest? It looks like this. Looks like a little burb. I'm not exactly sure how they do the applications these days, to be honest, Jason. I had gotten in because one of my friends recommended me. So I'm not sure if they still do like a Google application thing, because I remember that was their method way back when. But I've just been in the guild for a while now that I'm not sure if they changed how things are. But I do remember that back in the day is you would go to like a Google Doc, just like, oh yeah, I'm applying, stuff like that. I forgot which is Mr. J's dog. Oh, true. True. I do think I have heard that there's a lot of bias for the witch class. You can't find it? That's weird. I can maybe DM you one of the officers. Maybe you can ask them. Let me see if I can find an officer that is online. Where is our Discord here? Oh, looks like Batman is online. Hold on, let me message Batman. Oh, maybe I can just do this. There you go. So I'll DM you on Twitch, Jason. Jason AI. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. So I sent you a screenshot of one of our officers. They seem to be in a party grind right now, so they might not respond to you right away because they're in a Discord right now with 2 other people. So I'm assuming they're in a party grind. But you can ask them and see if you are, if you can join. And like ask them like what the process of joining is, because again, but way back when there was like a whole Google Doc situation where you would apply through a Google form. I don't know if they still do that. Hope Woosa gets a cool magic outfit. Ooh. When you say magic outfit, do you mean more like a traditional caster outfit, like with like robes, like full-on robes and stuff? Let's see, magic outfit. Ooh, there's some nice designs here. Mr. J, I'm thinking of using Woosa for AOS rank opening soon. With the mentioned buff so far, will she struggle with PvP? Woosa has always been a class where it's not really been the meta. So yes, I do think that you will have a much harder time than if you were playing a meta class. With the upcoming change, I don't know if she will become meta. I might be the worst person to ask about PvP stuff too, Fika, because I don't really do much PvP. I'm more of a PvE enjoyer. But she is getting 2 more protected CCs, which is nice. Also, they had made some last minute changes to the update. I don't know if you saw, Fika, but they are reducing the cooldown from this ability here to go from 20 seconds to 12 seconds. So you can use SQ a lot more often, and also they're upping the damage from 25% to 33%, so it's going to do a little bit more damage back, but mostly you will use it for a defensive maneuver, right? So that's going to be a nice defensive option to have every 12 seconds. And the protected CCs are always welcome, right? So WF is going to be a protected CC, and Shift RB is going to be a protected knockdown. I liked watching your AOS Awakening Woosa montages though. Thank you for watching, but I wouldn't call it like very high caliber, right? They're just like 1200 games, right? That's like silver gold elo if I were to make a comparison, right? So I wouldn't really call it anything too amazing, right? Too high caliber. They're just baby Woosa videos. But who knows? Maybe I might do some AOS. We'll see. We'll see if we do some AOS this season. And maybe I'll post them on my YouTube. Lots of events for next patch. Oh yeah, my chat has been telling me there's going to be some pretty good events. Like there's going to be a crystal, like the ore crystal event again coming up. Time to grind, guys. Time to grind. What are you working on right now, Fika, in terms of upgrades? What's your next upgrade right now? Staying stuck for now. You're working on accessories. Okay, okay. Are you buying like Pendebos or enhancing Karazats? Loot. Can my pets loot faster, please? I tried buying one jumped from Pen Belt to Nov, but I'm thinking of slowly enhancing my other 4 hex because that would allow me to grind Orbita. Okay, fair enough. Makes sense to me. Dude, I love the Ark Survival Evolved soundtrack. There's just something so epic about it. The grandeur. Ooh, I don't know if you've ever used an ability, Fika, called Fan Down, but I've been doing this new, well, it's not really new tech, but basically you have to unlearn the Magna skill to use Fan Down from SRMB, and I've been starting off my combos that way, and that's been working out pretty well. Because otherwise, the DP down comes a lot later. It's been coming a little bit later, so just like throwing that out at the beginning has been really nice. Just SRMB and then just go into the rest of your combos. Let me check. It's called a Fan Down, and it gets replaced by Thunder Call, which is the Magnus skill. And so if you want to use it from SRMB, you have to unlearn the Magnus skill, which is what I've been doing. So this skill here, unlearn this, and then you can use Fan Down, which is right this one here. So it's a quick way to apply DP down. Very, very fast. So I start off my combo with SRMB space, and that's been working out really well here at Star's End. So I feel like it's a very again, not hidden, like I wouldn't call it hidden tech, but like unrecognized tech. Might be good in PvP combos too. Alright, a quick way to apply the DP down in case you don't have time, or let's say SF is on cooldown, because SF is your way to apply DP down, right? So if it's on cooldown, it might be a really fast, good alternative to apply DP down in case SF is on cooldown. Unreal, yes. That's a good word, yeah. It's an unrealized tech. Underutilized, yeah, all those words. Yeah, English. What's that? Roroju's cook's clothes? What? Is that the blue cook's clothes? I've never seen that. Roroju's cook's clothes? Huh? I'm mostly using SF for DP down, usually used in my opening. Yeah. It is the main way to apply DP down. Yeah, that's true. But it's been nice here, specifically at Star's End, to just quickly apply add-ons and DP down at the very start. So I even have add-ons on it. Fan down. Minus DP down and down attack. It's been working pretty well. SRB exists? Yeah, it is a thing. Another way I've been utilizing it too, Fika, is SRB, Shift RB, cancel, like this. And then you go into the rest of your thing. So you apply DB down, and then you also do the Shift RB cancel maneuver into the rest of your kit. Also might be good. Actually, does this one apply DP down? No, it's movement speed down. Okay. I was like thinking about the Shift X ability. That's another thing, is some of the Raboms too, I feel like could be improved. Kaleidoscope Flower is okay because it gives super armor, so that's fine. But this Chrysanth Swirl, ugh, it's so slow. And it's like unprotected towards the end. You only have protection at the very beginning, and then it becomes unprotected when you throw out the ability. It's also like fairly slow to chain into. It's who designed that? I think to improve Chrysanth Swirl is if they sped up the animation and made full forward guard. Then I would consider utilizing it. ADVgg, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Is it intelligent to sell Dawn Blackstones after finishing all? That's what I did. Yeah, that's what I did. Is that you don't use the Dawn Blackstones for anything anymore. That is the only thing they are used for. So you might as well vendor them for the extra silver. Inkstroke, yes, Inkstroke is really good for CC. Yeah, I do like Shift Z, and then the other Shift Z is good for transitioning from pre-awakening to awakening to pre-awakening. This one I use that a ton for awakening, for transitioning. It's a really quick way to transition. Shift Z, Shift W. So the Shift Z is really good, but Shift X can be improved. The healing ones are fine too, they're okay. Those ones are fine. Nice tech. I'm broke, but I'm very afraid to be used in the future that has yeah, we'll never know, right? I hope they don't, because I did sell a bunch. But there's only two choices, right? Sell them or save them. So right now, currently, they're not used for anything, so selling them is the next best choice. But if you are worried for something that may or may not happen in the future, then save them. Did you just recently get your final deck accessory, ADVgg? If so, congrats. Congrats. How many taps overall did it take for you to get your deck accessories? For me, it was, I think it was like 85 taps for all 6 of my accessories. So about 15 to 16 each. So about 85 taps overall for my accessories. From Nov to deck. Got my necklace to sep with 3 hammers. Ooh. Oh, oh, you use your hammers on that? Okay. I guess if you're wanting to progress, yeah, right away, you could use your hammers on lower. But ideally, you would want to use the hammers on off the deck, right? But if you're trying to get your upgrades now, that's definitely understandable. Hi, Futters! Welcome in. How are you? Around average, like 2 pities to 1 tap. Oh, okay. So overall, you went average. Okay, that's pretty good. Average is good, guys. Average is good. I use hammers when I feel like I gotta trust that gut. I see. I'm a tarot person for a reason. Oh, like the tarot cards? The only time I've ever seen tarot cards was in Phasmophobia. That was, I'm pretty sure that's the first time I saw tarot. Oh my god, the nighttime mobs got me, guys. Oh, luckily I didn't lose anything. It went from 5k to 0 in less than a second. That's unfortunate. Yeah, nighttime you can't get distracted, guys. Uh-oh, maybe I should skip this pack. There's way too many mobs. I gotta learn to choose my battles carefully here. Okay, we recover here. We recover here. Okay, good start. Good start here. Okay, recovered. Dude, look at all the bodies. So many bodies. Let's see if we can sneak in a horse buff here. Oh my god, my weapon! God, my weapon got put away. There's no way. Did you read your buffs? Yes, I did, yeah. Buffs are up. I've always wanted like healing rain for the class, right? If you're like standing under your rain, you just get natural healing. That would be nice. Yeah, SLMB does heal you quite a bit. But if you've ever experienced nighttime Star's End, it's not going to help that much. It's more like you kill them before they kill you. Kind of dealio here at Star's End at nighttime. And can't dream of going there yet. I'm gearing it. I'll start gearing up, Vika. Start gearing up. My senses. Sure. Whenever I hear this song, I always want to add poppy music to the songs. Where is it? Poppy. What's a good one here? Low Life is pretty good. Add to queue. What's another good one? Money. Money's a pretty good one. Music. Okay. Oh, something about my refined origin of hunger. Let's go. I'm actually considering buying the pass, guys, just so I can get these glasses. Does anyone have the glasses? Anyone have the pixel glasses? I kind of just want it for the glasses. I know, I love memes. What else do you get here? You for pleasure. Everything else is kind of doo-doo, to be honest. It's just honestly the glasses. It's kind of, yeah, expensive for just the glasses. Ugh. Yeah, it's kind of expensive, so maybe not. I might just use the glasses for like a little bit and just never use them again. Also, why are these mobs hitting me so hard? I'm like getting forward attacked. In the front. My HP. You're doing PvP, Mike? Ooh. I don't PvP. I'm not a PvPer. JaykunVT and PvP in the same sentence do not go in the same sentence. Oh, you're an Arsha. Ooh. It's been a while since you PvP. Yeah. I'm just chilling and I PvP the mobs. I actually do a lot of PvP. It's against the mobs. Do the Hex mobs CCU? I think Hex herself will CCU, like the boss. But I could be wrong about that. But I don't remember ever really getting CC'd very much in Hex. But I'm like wondering if the boss CCs you. The boss may or may not CC you. Oh, do the exploding ones CC? The exploding dogs? I just did some AOB on Awakening Woosa. I felt awkward on some of the fast mobs with my mines. Definitely need to learn how to use Suck Woosa skills as Awakening. Well, to transition, Shift 2 is a good way to transition. Shift Z is a good way to transition, Jeff. Ooh, Debreka. Actually, here. This might be a good way to get an idea of how I do AOB. Let me see if I can remember when I did AOB. It was on, I know it was on a Saturday, I think. Okay, so not that video. What day was the Saturday? It was the 25th. Because I know I did some AOB on the 25th. I think. Yeah. Here. So maybe you could take a look at how I did it, because I switched between the two very quickly. To go to VOD page. Listen, is it so fabulous? Oh shoot, it left the thing here. So you can maybe take a look at this and see how I transition between the two. Maybe that might help. Actually, there's another one where I just did AOB. Was it the 23rd? Might be the 23rd. 24th? 23rd, 24th? Yeah, here. I think. This is with Garnier. I'm trying to remember when I did it like all day. I think it was the 16th. Might have been the 16th where I did it like 3 runs. I did 3 full runs. Was this the one? Yeah. So this is my very first run with Liger from level 1. Maybe that might help too. Okay. So 1 hour and 40 minutes. So take a look here. Actually, I think my second run I did a lot better. So maybe that might be a better representation with Alec. So if I go to my 17 one, do you make the difference of my low life? Yes, here. Okay. So this is when you can like skip ahead to when we start, but this is the start of my run with Alec. This is my second run to help Alec with this thing, but I did a lot better on that run because I know it was what I was doing. So hopefully that helps. Anyone take my spot while I was away? No. Alright. Circumstance, yeah, you make the difference. Inkstroke or Cloudburst for Shiv Z? I use Cloudburst for PvE and Inkstroke for PvP. So Cloudburst is a lot better for transitioning because you can cancel out of it. So you can do Shift Z from Awakening and then cancel like that to get to pre-awakening. Whereas Inkstroke, you have to finish the animation. Also, it's unprotected completely with Inkstroke. Whereas Cloudburst, you can safely transition with a forward guard. So Cloudburst is better for transitioning in PvE. And then Inkstroke is better for that re-CC. So if you need to transition and you don't want to use Shift Q, you can use Shift Z and then cancel and then, you know, like do the rest of your combo in pre-awakening. So Shift Z, you can do Shift Z, Shift F, Shift E, Shift LMB is a good pre-awakening combo for awakening. So it would transition you and then you go into the rest of your thing here. And then you can use lateral soul cleanse to get back, or F, which is Nether Strike, to get back into awakening. This one, Nether Strike, while you have Fan Kick locked from pre-awakening. There's a lot of nice transitions between the two weapons. I did try Awakening 2, but had trouble with the timing. Decided right there, Awakening is not there for me yet. Yeah, it definitely takes some time to get used to the abilities for the class. But that goes with any class, right? There is that learning how to ride the bike period is what I like to call it. And once you learn how to balance on the bike, you're good. You're Gucci. Flutter kick? I use flutter kick a lot too. It's nice to use flutter kick, like W, R, and B into shift Qs really fast. So that's what I've been doing to just add a little bit of extra DPS before I do shift Q, is I do W, R, and B into shift Q. And it's very quick. It's like a little bop, you know. So here, I'll do it here for this pack here. So like spacebar, up, bam, right? It's like it's like so quick. It's very good. The second hit though, it takes a bit of time for you to do shift Q when I do the second hit. So I try to skip the second hit. I just use the first hit. So like spacebar, W, R, and B, and then shift Q like that. That adds a little bit of extra DPS without compromising your chaining. I'm scared to leave Orbita and move on to the next spot. Tenebrom? Tenebrom's easier than Orbita. Woo. If you're talking about Tenebrom as the next spot. Tenebrom is actually way easier. It's almost like a snooze fest compared to Orbita. You'll be fine. You don't like Tenebrom, Futters? You don't like Tenebrom? Mobs. They do too much damage. You went there for the first time today. Was what? A Tenebra? Well, are you at the recommended AP? What is it's like 1900, right? I'm pretty sure for Tenebrom. At what AP were you going at? $1840? Well, you are going like 70 AP below the recommended AP, so... So maybe that's why you might be having some trouble. Although I have seen people do it at that AP. So you can definitely do it. It might just take some time and practice to know what to do. Issue was not the damage. What was the issue? You were the issue. with Striker. Oh, blaming the class, I see. What was the issue with Striker? You just didn't have enough, like, defensives, AoE? What's going on? These mobs, stop hitting me. Why are the mobs hitting me? Maybe when it's nighttime I just full clear. Just to be safe. Dude, better Chrysanth. Are you saying you would want an update to the ability after the update? Okay. Or are you saying there is a better Chrysanth after the update? Like there was a change? Or you're asking for a change? How would you change it if you are asking for an update for it? How would you change Chrysanth? The Chrysanth was buffed is what you meant? Oh, you're talking about the how the damage goes out change, right? Is that it does the max damage regardless of distance. That change. Oh, okay, so you're talking about that change, okay. Double, you want double the damage for Chrysanth? The hitbox, yeah, we got there, we got there. We got there. Sometimes, for me guys, if you don't start at step 0 for me, it takes me a while to get, like, you know how like you start at step 5? Right, I have to make my way. That's how my brain works. I have to make my way from step 0 to step 5. So if you start at step 5, I have to like figure out what step 0 was and step 1 and step 2. You know what I mean? That's how my brain works. You saw the process, right? Like I was like looking through all the possibilities. Like, oh yeah, you talk about like Chrysanth is getting buffed, or like you wanted to get buffed, you wanted to. You saw how my thought process was. That's how my brain works. If you start at step 5, I have to figure out what step 0 is. Same thing with what do you call it? Acronyms. Acronyms also, for some reason, they don't click in my head. They just don't. JRF, guys, did you miss what I just said? Guys, I don't know what the acronyms are. Ree! Okay, the game needs to stop auto-killing the mobs for me. Because I feel like it's worse. I feel like I take more damage when it auto-kills the mobs. Because I don't have anything to hit. Garmod spawn. Although I've done my clears for the week already, so don't have to go to that. Maybe I should start off with Shift R&B and cancel into it. Like, if I'm approaching, might as well squeeze it in. That's a little bit of extra damage. Not the auto kill. Puff. Dead the rock star. Yeah, starting with Shift R&B might be the play. In which case, should I put add-ons and Shift R&B, maybe? But in case it's on cooldown, I might not want to. Are you free to play? No. I have spent money on this game. Pay to winning? I think in the 8 years, I've probably spent like $4,000 or $5,000 Canadian. Which I think is extremely modest for the 8 years I've been playing for the game. And most of it is not buying boxes, but mostly like costumes and, you know, weight, maids, all that jazz, pets. Yeah, no. Occasionally, if there's like a, you know, a 2-for-1 deal, like, oh yeah, I'm buying a box and I get a second box for like 500 pearls, I might pick those up, but I don't buy any of the crazy $300 bundle things. That is way out of my budget. All of my gear, for the most part, is hard grinding. And my chat would know. For those who've been watching me for the past 4 years, I grind maybe way too much in BDO. Here's a good way to kind of see how much you're grinding is if you press P and you go to history and you can kind of see, oh my god, hold on. It's still nighttime apparently. If you go to total and then look at your looted weight, that kind of tells you how much of a grind you've done in BDO. Is you look at your acquired loot and looted. Well, acquired loot might not be the most accurate because I think you can cheese the acquired loot somewhere. I think this is like cheesable to increase that one, but your defeated monsters and looted weight kind of give you a good idea of how much you're grinding. Wouldn't it just be defeated monsters? Maybe. Could be. The mob stop hitting me so hard, please. Am I like not wearing gear? I am wearing gear. Jesus. I was like, am I missing one of my pieces of armor? Why am I just taking so much damage all of a sudden? Yeah, I think it just turned daytime though, so I don't have to worry as much anymore. Just started doing Black Shrine. Which boss group or boss is recommended for best boss splits loot? I'm 1467, 679 Awakening Guardian. All of the party boss splits kind of give the same loot. Technically, Deposed Crown Prince gives the best party Black Shrine loot, this one, because it gives you additional thunderbolts, but it's very difficult to do. So if I were to recommend Byung, because this guy gives you extra stacks with the Byung scroll, and then not blue clad, so Jigui, Bogosal, Utari, Banghwang, and Byung would be what I recommend to do for party boss splits. Blue clad, there's a lot of puzzles. If you don't like puzzles, don't do blue clad. And then for solo, it only matters above C8. So the best loot from C8 and above is Changui, Udukshini, and Bamboo Legion for now. The rest don't really give that much better loot. Like Sangun, Gumiho, or Golden Pig, they don't really give that much better loot. But Udukshini, Apex, and Changui do give slightly better loot than the other three that I mentioned. So if you're going to prioritize it, it would be Odukshi, Apex Changri, Bamboo Legion at the highest level you can, and then Golden Pig, Gumiho, and Sangoon last in priority. Yeah, of course, if you have any other questions, let me know. And thank you for the follow, Doc Mandy. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. What are you working on in terms of your next upgrade, Doc Mandy? Have you been playing BDO for a long time? Or did you just recently come back? I've seen a lot of people, a lot of returnees. A lot of people returning to BDO over the past couple weeks. Were you by chance one of those returning people? Most people usually do ×2 Utari and Jig. Oh, yeah, you'd have to use an alt though. Yeah, you'd have to use a tag. Yeah, if you want to do the same boss, but you can do the same boss if you want to. Yeah, but you'd have to use a tag. Found like you've been playing the game since the beginning. Damn. Yeah, for me, I started in 2018, so not since the beginning, but pretty early on. What are the easiest bosses mechanic-wise? I would say Sangoon is pretty easy. Golden Pig is pretty straightforward. Apex Changui is also pretty easy. Adukshini, there's some like mechanics with colors, so if you're potentially colorblind, you might have some trouble with Odukshini. Bamboo Legion is also pretty easy, and Gumiho, there's a lot of mechanics, so avoid Gumiho, avoid Odukshini, and then the others are pretty straightforward. Frost Gui, hopefully I said your name right. Frost GY, thank you for the follow. For party boss splits, Utari, pretty easy. Jigui, pretty easy. Bogosar, pretty easy. The rest, you kind of have to do stuff, right? Like Blue Clad puzzles, Dark Bonghuang, there's some mechanics. Prince, lots of mechanics. Byung, lots of mechanics. Those are the only three that really don't have mechanics. Oh, and thank you for the sub. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. Welcome in for the next 30 days of trash content. You're stuck. You're stuck with me for the next 30 days. Thank you. You can outgear the party boss splits though. For some of them. For most of them, you can outgear them. So Bonghuang, you can skip a lot of his mechanics if you just DPS hard. Same with Utari, same with Jigri, same with Bulgasal. Blue Clad, you cannot. Blue Clad is pure puzzles. You just have to do the mechanics properly. So that's why a lot of people avoid Blue Clad Youth, is because there's a lot of mechanics where if one person screws up, you're dead. Deposed Crown Prince, yes, yeah, you can definitely outgear Deposed Crown Prince, but you still gotta do mechanics. But you can outgear a lot of his mechanics. Another one, Byung, yeah, you can outgear Byung too. See, I've seen some pretty fast clears on Byung. Jigui for sure you can outgear, but yeah, there's a lot of bosses where if you just got the gear, you can outgear it. I believe they said they were around 1400 AP. Pika. I believe they said they were around 1400 AP, which I think is around, how much sheet AP is that? Like 330? Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Coast LA to Chicago. Across the north by south to Chicago. Do 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 do. I think, okay, they're adding the AP buff to SE, so I'm like thinking maybe I switch up the combo when that happens. And then I skip F altogether, because F is fan kick. So I might be able to avoid using fan kick once that change comes in with SE. I'm thinking right now. I'm like thinking, do I just start off the combo with... I really want to add the DP down right away though. So I'm like, do I do SF SE? Maybe I just precast F. I just precast F like this, and then I dash forward, and that gives me the AP buff. So I don't use it in my combo, but I just use it in a pre-buff like that. Just dash. Embrace us, join us, embrace us. Does Bloomburst make Shift R&B flowers bloom? No. If you're talking about explode, no. SF makes them explode. Bloomburst is SRB individually, and you can use SF to detonate the SRB. I was reading skill, it makes flowers blue. It's just like flavor text. It's just flavor text. Yeah. Mechanically, SF is the ability that will make the flowers quote unquote bloom. And I'm assuming when you say bloom for you, when you're talking about it, I'm assuming you mean detonating the flowers, right? And if so, no, SRB does not detonate the flowers. It's just flavor text. Makes the skill descriptions confusing. There's definitely some things where they don't have to add so much. Well, I don't know if lore is the right word, but here's an example. Okay, so a long time ago, there was an NPC called Ravinia, and she's still around. Ravinia is still around, and what she does is she exchanges your crow coins for stuff, right? And she was only available at Crow's Nest for the longest time, and then they added 2 more NPCs. They added 2 or 3 more NPCs, which does what Ravinia does, exchange your crow coins. And they put one in like Ilia Island, they put one in like Portaferia, they put one in like Lima Island, and then they added something like, oh yeah, so Ravinia's, you know, Ravinia is actually triplets, and we have Rovinia and Ravinia visiting from a faraway. Like they didn't need to. They could have just used the same NPC. They didn't have to add lore for why there's multiple NPCs to do the crow coin exchange. I can't believe it. That was not necessary. It's funny though. It's funny though. I'll give them that. I'll give video that. It's kind of funny, but at the same time, not necessary. I kind of wish the sea skills for Woosa were more reminiscent of the awakening skills, because that's how it is for a lot of the older classes, at least. Is, for example, Witch and Wizard, they borrow their awakening skills in succession: Equilibrium Break, Voltaic Pulse, Aqua Jail, Bolide of Flame, right? They borrow their awakening skills, which, you know, again, a lot of the older classes do borrow from their awakening in succession. But the sea skills for the newer classes don't seem to be borrowed. They're like brand new abilities. And I kind of wish they kind of kept on with the theme. They kind of kept on the theme of borrowing from your awakening abilities. Positive for putting effort on the upcoming. Yeah, that is kind of funny. Yeah, true. They are putting the effort for that. Definitely not necessary, but yeah, definitely kind of funny. Bum-ba-dum. Have you guys seen the music video for this song? It's so freaking funny. Really good concept. Basically, they're mermaids, but they're in like fish packaging for sushi. think I figured out a brand new skill, guys. For the like if they were gonna make a new Magna skill, it would be a new Segunja ability. It would be a new Segunja ability based on awakening. It would be the Sari flowers. Segunja Sari flower. And it would put like it would put the shift R&B flower down. Ooh. It borrows shift R&B, like life lore. That'd be kind of cool. A new flower to bloom. Because I don't know if you guys notice, all of these Segunja abilities are plant art. Art of plant. Like bamboo, chrysanthemum flowers, orchids, plum blossoms. They're all pieces of art, and then they come to life, right? Even the 100%, if you do the 100% for Woosa, she takes out a little tapestry, piece of tapestry, look. And then she manifests it to come to life. Did you guys see the piece of tapestry? So I feel like that could be a new Magna skill. It would be like a new Segunja skill. What I hate about the new characters is that they often are sent. Yeah, same. I do really wish they would go back to their traditional succession and awakening, because I really like the concept of having 2 skill trees per character, because you get so much more out of that class with 2 skill trees, in my opinion. Sure, it might be easier and more cost effective to create an Ascension class. I think that's why they've been doing Ascension classes, honestly, right? It's because it's much easier to make an Ascension class. But I just really, really wish the succession missed the succession and awakening dynamic. How do I get horse? You have to go to the Marnie realm location and then go into it while your horse is in that area, Jason. So if you're trying to go to what do you call it, Hex Sanctuary, you have to go to the specific spot first on your horse and then go in while your horse is in that location. Hi Owl, welcome in. I'm doing well. We're just grinding some stars, and I can't stop grinding this spot. This is my favorite spot. I think I've spent like probably 500 hours here. I just can't stop grinding this spot. This spot's my favorite. Despite all the downsides, like the looting, I have the manual loot a lot, which I wish that wasn't the case, but despite that, it's fine. It's I don't mind it. So it was good. It's not about the silver for me. It's just like how fun the grind spot is, right? If I was gonna go to a spot that made more silver, it would be Zephyros, right? Zephyros is known to make the most silver in the game, but I just don't like that spot. Yo, knock out the door. What about you, Owl? What's your favorite grind spot in BDO? What's a spot you could grind 1,000 hours but not get bored of? This is for anybody in chat. Okay, I have a couple different places. Tungred Ruins. I could grind Tungred Ruins all day, every day, if it made the same silver as Starzen. Starzen, obviously. Olens. How could I forget about Olens? Olens, Tungred Ruins, Starzen. Top 3. That's my top 3. Do you still grind when your Agris is out? Of course. Yeah, I mean, you only get 1 hour of Agris per day, Fika. And I grind many hours a day, so I'm always out of Agris. I know some people are like, oh yeah, it's not worth it grinding without Agris, which I feel like is a horrible mentality. because Agris is, you're never going to have enough of Agris, right? You only get 1 hour of Agris per day, essentially, right? 20,000. That's only enough for about a 1 hour, right? And so if you are basing off all your income on having Agris, you're not, because you have 1 hour of grinding of Agris per day, right? You're not sustaining that. There's no way to sustain it. Agris is meant to be like a bonus. It's a little bit of a bonus whenever you take a break from grinding. So think of it as like bonus income, not your actual income. It's not your actual income. So of course it would feel bad, right? If you're like, oh yeah, I'm grinding without Agris, I'm making like 30% less silver because I don't have Agris. Of course it's gonna feel bad if you make that your normal, but no, your normal is what you have without Agris. Okay, that's normal. And then Agris is there as like a bonus, right? Like, wow, I'm making 30% more silver this hour. You know, don't be like, don't be, what's it called? Like glass half empty, right? Don't think in glass half empty. Because glass half empty would be, oh no, I'm out of Agris. I'm making 30% less silver. Be glass half full and be like, oh yeah, here we go, 30% more silver for 1 hour of the day. Pog. And you'll feel a lot better, I promise. I see my Agris is usually full. That means you just don't grind enough, which is fine too. Like if you don't have time to grind in BDO, it would make sense why your Agris is full. The way you should look at grinding without Agris, look at me, I'm actual yeah, if you have more than 1,000 loot scrolls stocked up, I'm not calling out any names in chat, I'm not calling out anybody in chat, but if you got over 1,000 loot scrolls, that means you probably you may or may not be pay to winning too much, or you may or may not be grinding that much in the game. Or yeah. It's either you buy a lot of stuff or you just don't grind enough, which is fine too. It's fine. Nothing wrong with that, but like yeah, it's designed for people who don't have much time to play. It's to help, it's like to incentivize those people to grind. I forgot to open my Garmoth bundle from the quest thing. I got a Garmoth Sworn. What do I do with that? Oh, that's the pet. So what you can do with the pet is, I think if you right click it, you can go to NPC. Like right click, go to NPC, and then you can exchange it for a pet. It's the Garmoth pet. And what it does is it gives you extra HP. And if you have a tier 5 one, you have a little bit of extra HP, but it's not that pressing of a pet to acquire since it's just a little bit of stats. T1 pet, yes, but you can upgrade it further with more Garmoth pets. And the easiest way to get it to tier 4 is to feed the Nuvermon pet to it. The Nuvermon costs 30 bill silver pretty much, but it's the pet you get for completing the Nuver outfit, which costs about 30 billion silver to craft, and you get a guaranteed T4 Nuver pet, which you can feed to the Garmoth pet to guarantee T4. And then you just upgrade it to tier 5, which is like 500 mil or something. So that's how I got my T5 Garmoth. That is the non-RNG guaranteed way to get a T5 Garmoth pet, is you feed the Nuver pet. You will never get one again. So if you are worried, right, if you are one of those collectors who want to collect all the pets and all that jazz, you will never ever get a Nuver pet ever again. You can't re-get it. So that is the caveat, right, is you can guarantee a T4 Garmoth by feeding the Nuver pet, but you can never ever get one ever again, which I don't care about. I don't really care about pets that much. The fastest, most RNG way to get a T5 Garmy It's not fast, but it's to get more Garmoth pets, and you smash them together, right? So it's not going to be a fast thing because you're not always getting one. To be honest, it's probably the fastest way to just do the Nuvermon thing, because I can guarantee you can get 30 bill silver faster than you would getting a second Garmoth pet. Pretty much, right? Like if you to either drop one or get one from like redeems or rewards and stuff like that, you will most likely be able to save up 30 bill silver before you get a second Garmoth pet. Dude, that's how annoying that pet is to get. That's why I didn't mind feeding my Nuvermon to Garmoth. But yeah, that's the RNG way, and the only other way to get a T4 Garmoth pet. You feed other Garmoth pets to it. You cannot feed any other pet besides Nuvermon. Nuvermon is the only exception. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. There might be another pet that you can feed the Garmoth pet on, but otherwise, those are the only two pets that I know of, is another Garmoth or Nuvermon. But I don't know if they've added any since. Nuver pet only made to be fed to Garmoth. It is very useful. It is definitely very useful. And if you're wondering what the Nuver pet does, I believe it's combat XP. If anybody could corroborate and confirm, I believe the Nuver pet is just combat XP, like 4% combat XP. Which is another reason why I did not care about the Nuver pet. The one nice thing would have been is if the Nuver pet gave HP, right? Then I would not have to feed the Nuver pet to my Garmoth pet, but alas. That's the way you need it, any way you want it. Here we go, journey. Can't you use the wizard pads? No, wizard pads do not work. I may have some wizard pets currently from like an event or something. Do I have a wizard? I do. So I can just show you. Exchange. So if I go, where is it? Where's my Garmoth? Oh, I can't, because my Garmoth is T5, so I can't even put it in the thing. Well, I would show you if I could, but yeah, you can't use the wizard pet. It's only Garmoth or Nuver. It's like what? It's a very special kind of pet. When you know that that's the way you need it, any way you want it. That's the way you need it, any way you want it. Thanks to the lurk, Fika. Thank you for the lurk. Have a good rest of your night. So you need it any way you want it. That's the way you need it, any way you want it. My horse boss ran out. They say I can't be making a mistake. Down deeper, get where you want. Would have followed all the way to the graveyard. Definitely. I keep running. What is nice about fan kick though is that if I can hold F to get into cloud carve, so maybe we just keep adding it in, because I think we've got a pretty nice just like hold button down combo. Hold down combos, yeah. Shift RB, hold RB, yeah. Where you are. I kind of wish there was like a R&B hold combo for Woosa. Like you can hold R&B for wing beat instead. Instead of spacebar, like an alternative. So we don't have to ever accidentally jump, you know? Not that I've ever done that before. I would never. I'm a professional. Dance, dance, just dance. Anymore. The name of the star. I think I kind of want to change something with my add-ons here. Gonna be okay. Just dance. Just dance. Just dance, dance, dance. Okay, I always start with fan down. And then spacebar is fine. And then SE for crit and down attack. And then I think we'll do Segunja Plum for DR. And let's see. Maybe we put DR and move speed on this. Just dance. Just dance. Okay, and then this one we changed to Cloud Rise. We do put attack speed and crit on this because they kind of start with it. That might be fine. We'll save that. We'll save it for. Save it on number 2. Dance. Intuition. Yeah, and then when I when I do the combo there, it's gonna be just SF. Okay, yeah, hold on, I did it wrong, but I think I have a good idea here. That was a close one, guys. I was theory crafting too much in my head. Do my time. Hi, Lazy Sorson, welcome in. So I do this, but maybe I should just do SF into SLMB quickly. That might be best, actually. That seems a little bit faster, actually. For some reason, my spacebar is going out faster than expected. Okay, they need to stop hitting me from behind. Patience. Hi, Fuchio. Oh, was that the kick raid from Mr. Blue? Welcome. Hi, Livadaru. Welcome in. We're just grinding some Star's End. We're just theory crafting some new combos here. We're trying to prepare for the upcoming suck updates. So I'm trying to think of some new combos regarding the movement of, well, they didn't move AP buff, but they added an AP buff to SE. Moved AP buff to AP, and then they sped up some animations for SF, SE, and Shift RMB, Cloud Carve, Cloud Rise, and Thunderstroke. So we'll see how that fares. Yeah, Shift R&B start seems to be pretty good. Maybe I should always start with Shift R&B. Get that extra DPS in. I've been kind of avoiding it because it was kind of slow, but this should be fine. I just have to cancel out of it each time, which I'm wondering if I can cancel it with spacebar afterwards. If so, then I might change my combo again. It might be like Shift R&B spacebar. This one another. Got a whole crystal from Edania. Big RP. Oh sheesh! The Edania, like the Dusky Ruin crystal to black. Let's go. It's on your body time. 'Cause you and I will go for the summer. What's a good suck skill to put in front of SLMB? Feels kind of slow. Like something into SLMB? SE is fine. Jeff, so SE, SLMB is usually the go-to because you're already holding S, and then afterwards I go into just F. So S, A, S, LMB, F. And the nice thing about after SLMB is it goes into the second hit of fan kick right away, which means you can either immediately get into SF or go into chain fan kick, which you can lock. So if you lock that, it immediately just goes directly into that, you know. So unless you want a little bit of extra damage from chain fan kick, which I do. So SE SLMB is a good one to put in front of SLMB. To the paradise. We're cool for the summer. But make sure you always chain into SE with something, because SE is slow if you don't chain into it. So either a dash first or something else. I think starting off with Shift R&B is pretty good here for this combo. Yeah, I think I found a new combo. Well, not really new combo, but just an adjustment. And then here I always SF SLMB might be good for that one. That should be enough to kill the crystal. And I don't need the AP buff because it's just killing the crystal. These are the things you want to think about too, Jeff, whenever you're grinding. I don't know if you're listening to my thought processes. Whenever I'm grinding here at Star's End, I'm always like micro adjusting for the spot specifically, right? Some micro adjustments here and there. And that's how you improve your numbers. That's how you get better with the class. Yeah, I think I've optimized it a little bit further here for this combo. Nice. We'll see when the updates come. We might do some more micro adjusting afterwards, but I think for now we've got a pretty good setup here. Ooh, another Debo. Okay, that's something I need to adjust there. That seems there's some cooldown issues there. Shift LMB seems to still be on cooldown for that, so maybe we just add Wing Beat. Work alone. Maybe, yeah, just SLMB, Shift LMB might be best there, actually. SF, SLMB, Shift LMB, WE. There's. That one works out. I'm looking at the absolute skills for main Woosa skills, and the main modifiers are so much lower if you don't got the prime versions. There's a few exceptions though. The Suguja Chrysanth still hits really hard in the absolute version. The biggest thing it's missing is the crit. And so whenever you have Z buff as Awakening Woosa, that absolute version of Chrysanth is still very strong to use during your Z buff. They're changing it too, where you know that max 3 hits thing. So how that works is usually the positioning. So it has like a sweet spot mechanic where if you're too close to the mob, like let's say I'm like over here and then I press Shift F, the latter half does not hit. See how like this mob just like literally didn't take any damage, but if I cast it in like the perfect position, it would kill it. Right, so they're changing it so that it just does the max damage at any distance. So that is why it has the max 3 hits, but they're changing it next patch to making it so that there's no difference in the distance anymore. So that's what the max 3 hits means. So if you ever see any abilities that says max amount of hits, that means it has some sort of positioning situation going on, you know. That's you. Yeah, that's gonna make it a lot more consistent for damage. That's for sure. Max damage is 8k, not 24. It's 24. So how it's so worded so poorly, Jeff. It's worded extremely poorly. It is 24k. It just means that it's doing 8k per hit of the one. Does that make sense? Like it hits 3 times, but it's 8k for each little tick. So because let's say I'm like too close, right? It hits only 8k for that one tick. See, it only ticked once. So it's 8k for that one tick. But if I'm in the correct position, it will hit all 3 hits. Does that make more sense? Like if I hit it from this distance, then it kills it. Do you see? Right? So it did the 24k at the correct position. So when the change happens, then they're gonna make it so that any type of hit, like any of the 3 hits, will do 24k at max. So yeah, it's so worded poorly. Yeah, I feel like there's a way better way to word it, you know? Ooh. Okay. Let's do some ootery. If I remember which one was ootery was. But yeah, that's what that means for a lot of abilities, is if it says like ×1 max amount of hits, it's usually it's like spread out damage. Maybe that's a better way to put it. It's like it's spread out across that many hits. ×1 max 3 hits. So another example would be area of effect damage too. So let's say Stormfall is a really good example, right? So if we take a look at view other classes, Woosa, if we look at Stormfall, it should say something like max 11 hits, right? So that's the storm going. So during the duration of the storm, it's doing tick, 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 4,500, 600% damage, right? 4,500, 66% damage, tick, 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 up to 11 hits for its entire animation. And then the final whoosh, it does 5,000 times 2. Right, that's what that means for like the max 11 hits. It usually means something is spread out for the damage. In this case, for Stormfall, it's the animation is spreading it out, right? But if we look at something like, let's say, Witch. I think Witch is another good example. Voltaic Pulse, right? 5,800, 59% times 2. So whoosh, you just did 58. You just did 58,000, 5,800% times 2. And then Tet replicates it too. Tet has a replication, right? When Tet is out, it like does this like absorb animation, and that does the extra hits too. So there might be like extra parts to it, depending on which class you are. So for Witch, it's the pet doing some extra hits. So in reality, it's actually hitting 6 times. In reality, it's not actually hitting twice, it's hitting 6 times, but the pet damage is doing the like the latter half of the hits, right? It's weird in that way. You can also see that the pet has extra CCs, right? So it does a stiffness on the first hit, which is the absorb mechanic, the absorb animation, and then it does a bound on that second whoosh, like the wave of lightning from Voltaic Pulse. There's like a lot of confusing stuff that unfortunately just reading it will not be the clearest way of understanding it. You kind of just have to play with it, right? The only way to really find out is if you have experience with it or somebody tells you how it works, right? So, yes, there is a view other classes button, yeah, which is very useful. Do you ever use Thunder Call? No. No, that is an ability I've talked about a lot, and it is a really, so utility wise, what it does is it twirls you backwards, super armor during the movement, forward guard during the final motion, and then unprotected CC during the attack, if you choose to do the attack, which is from LMB. So it's trying to be a movement ability with a CC utility, but not very well. It just doesn't do it very well because the movement has collision. It doesn't move you very far, and it's unprotected on the CC. So there's just so many issues with it that it's not worth using in both PvE and PvP. Even the damage is not worth using it for. It doesn't, don't use it. It's not a parry. It is not a parry. It's not, it just moves you backwards, and then when you press L and B, you have to have targets in front of you. So have targets in front of you, press L and B after the movement motion, and then you'll shoot out some lightning, which is supposed to CC and stun, but the damage it's terrible. The damage is terrible. It doesn't stack up the damage, by the way. If you're looking at, oh yeah, I hit 6 times. No, that's not how that works. It just hits once. Maybe if they're all stacked in one spot, it might multi-hit, but from my experience, it just doesn't hit that many times. It hits once for 3k, and it's unprotected, and it just takes, it's not, don't use it. Do not use it. So what I use instead is, hold on, let me go to Karanda. What I use instead is I unlearn it, Jeff, and this is what I was talking about before. For my other combo was SRMB, Unlearned Magnus, which is called Fan Down. So if you unlearn Thundercall, you use the ability that it originally in place, which is Fan Down, which I think has way better utility because it's a really quick DP down. So if you need to apply your DP down really quickly, that is an effective way of doing so, is SRMB, but unlearned. You have to unlearn Thundercall. You cannot have Thundercall learned. Otherwise, you have to use Fan Down from Hotbar, which I don't like using things from Hotbar ideally. So what you can do, some realistic usages of Fan Down, SRMB, again, you have to unlearn Magnus to use it from SRMB, is SRMB, Shift RMB, cancel. SRMB to apply DP down, Shift RMB to start Cloud Rise, and then cancel out of Cloud Rise to continue from. Another one would be S into spacebar 2. So DP down into Wing Beat. So SRMB, spacebar, and then continue from there. I noticed you can transition from Awakening to Stuck using it and canceling with it. It's still not fast enough, Jeff. The fastest way I find is either Shift Q and then Shift W after, Shift Q, Shift W, or Shift Z, Shift W with Cloud Burst. Using that from Hotbar, the Magnus skill, takes too long. It's still too long. It's still not worth using, in my opinion. It's just a terrible skill, terribly designed skill. There's so very little situations where it would actually be worth it. That's why Shift Z felt weird. I was waiting for the animation to finish. No, you Shift Z, cancel out of it. Yeah. Shift Z, Cloud Burst, cancel out of it with a Shift W. It's instant, literally instant. Also, it's forward guarded too. Right, the Cloud Burst has a, well, I can't show you because I'm not on the class, but Cloud Burst is a forward guard. So let's say you are a little bit slow to dash out of it, right? You are still protected from the front with it. Whereas if you use Ink Stroke is the other Shift Z that is unprotected, and you have to finish the animation. You cannot cancel out of Ink Stroke. You have to finish it, but it is a really fast way to re-CC. So that is the preferred one for PvP. Is Ink Stroke for re-CC purposes, but for transition purposes, Cloud Burst is significantly superior. Hi, Jassy. Welcome in. Welcome in. I think Woo might be... That conversation happened a while ago, so Woo might not be here anymore. Unless they are, and if so, hello. Ooh, we got another belongings. Nice. Let's see what we get from the belongings, guys. A pry crescent? I'll take it. Doing well, doing well. We're just grinding some stars and as per usual. Hi, Silent Chains. Welcome in. I'm learning so much about absolute Woosa skills. Yeah, of course. Of course, Chef. That's what I'm here for. You touched yourself 13 taps. Let's go. Sheesh. You're progressing fast. Let's go. What are you working on next? What's your next upgrade from there? Did anyone take my spot? No. Maybe just do W R&B there. That seems to be enough. Because that ability should always be off cooldown. Do you think absolute version of Shift LB is worth using? Yeah. So the pre-awakening combo to like using, Jeff, is Shift Z, Shift F, Shift Z, Shift F, Shift E, Shift LMB. That is the nice pre-awakening combo to use. And it's useful. The most useful way to use your pre-awakening abilities is if you're finishing off a pack. Right, the mobs are like 20%, 30% HP, and that's enough damage to kill them, right? For the most part. And the reason why you want to use it instead of your awakening abilities is because you want those awakening abilities to be up, right? You don't want to use your main skills for the 20% HP mobs, because you want to use your main skills for the mobs that are 100% HP, right? The mobs that are up in the next pack. So utilizing your pre-awakening to finish off mobs is a good use for it, right? Then you don't waste your cooldowns for the next pack. So that's where I personally use a lot of the pre-awakening for awakening Woosa, is to clean up packs beforehand. Also, Chrysanth is also a nice ability to finish off with, because not only does it a ton of damage still in awakening, it gives you a 30% movement speed buff. That's where that movement speed buff is coming from, and that does affect all of your awakening dashes. Chain, flitting step, beyond bond step, all of your dashes will be affected by that. Nether strike too. So 30% movement speed is really valuable for getting to the next pack in awakening. Shift D, Shift. You don't have to add Shift W if you don't want. If you want to stand still, just finish off the animation. Shift Z, Shift F, Shift E, Shift LMB. Shift Z, Shift F, Shift E, Shift LMB. Just in one motion. Don't worry about canceling out a Shift Z. Like, it does okay damage, but it's slower than if you were to just cast it, right? It's like, well, It's a little bit faster, but the total damage is fine. It's like it's not that big of a deal. So just do Shift Z, Shift F, Shift E, Shift L and B, and then press F again to get back into Awakening or something, or Lateral Soul Cleanse. If you want to add a little bit more DPS, do Shift, do S, L, and B before Shift, L, and B. So that's a way to like extend it a little bit and add recovery utility. Because S, L, and B is recovery tool, right? Recovers your HP. So it'd be Shift Z, Shift F, Shift E, S, L, and B, Shift L, and B, and then F to get back into Awakening or Lateral Soul Cleanse. A shop a lot? Yeah, no worries. Again, just use it not as your main damage tool, but as a filler. Right, filler to finish off opponents. I was gonna sell the Splendid and save a little more to buy Resplendent and 2 pen Debos. For me, I'm not the biggest fan of selling something you're gonna get back. It is a choice, and it's not a bad choice, but I always never recommend doing that because you're gonna want it back, in my opinion. There are cases where it is, like, let's say you have, you're gonna gain a lot, right? Let's say you're gonna gain a lot of gear score. Like, let's say you're a brand new player and you get, I don't know, like a Splendid Alchemy Stone out of a box, right? And then you sell that, right? And you're a brand new player. Yeah, then I would say it's like I'm leaning more towards kind of selling it, so that you can get all that gear score. But it's kind of like minor right now. So right now it's like you're taking two steps to the left, and then one, and like, you know what I mean, like you're taking 2 steps to the left when you can just keep going forward. Is what I think of when you're like, you know, you're selling stuff that you're gonna want back, especially if it's something that is your next upgrade too. Like Splendid is within your realm of your next upgrade too. It would be different is if you were like, let's say you're in step 1 and then you get a Splendid and Splendid is your step 20, right? Then that would make more sense to sell the Splendid. Is if, oh yeah, Splendid is like way in the future, it's like my step 20, and if I sell my step 20 I can go up 15 steps or something like that. But since Splendid is kind of your next step in your upgrade, I kind of say keep it. But again, ultimately up to you. This is just what I would do, is I would just keep going, keep it, keep going. Keep it and keep going. Hi Saiga, how are you? What about you, Saiga? So we're just talking about selling gear that is your best in slot to buy other best in slot gear. Would, like, are you a fan of that? Like, let's say you tap the Splendid, like you one tap the Splendid Alchemy Stone. Would you sell it to get more gear, or would you just keep it and keep going? Because I lean more towards just like keeping it if it's something that you're gonna want in the future. But it also like depends to like how big of an upgrade it is. If you were to get the money, right, then I would be like, oh yeah, that kind of makes sense, right? Like you're selling your Splendid, and then you're like, let's say you're 2 Volatini and you one tap a Splendid Alchemy Stone, you can get a lot of gear with that Splendid. That's true. So then I would be maybe on that side. But let's say it's your next upgrade, right? You have a Resplendent, you're going for a Splendid, you get it. I feel like you just keep and go. Uh-oh, it's Saiga. What? Are you scared of Saiga, Jeff? This Jeff guy bothering you? Can I? Oh yeah, Saiga does have a sword. Careful, Jeff. Careful, Jeff. Saiga does have a sword. Careful, he might poke you with it. Is it possible to rebind Shift Z Rabomb to Shift C? You could put it on a hotbar, Jeff. You could put it on a hotbar. But I don't know if you can rebind Shift Z, because it's like 2 buttons, you know? I don't know if you can rebind a double button. You might be able to rebind one of them, but I don't know if you can rebind double buttons. Didn't you say not to cast for bomb from hotbar? Certain skills, Jeff. You should not cast certain skills from hotbar. And it depends on what skill it is. So for example, if you try to use a lot of the awakening skills will not chain properly. A lot of these suck skills will not chain properly. Where bombs, there's a few ones that don't chain properly too. But specifically for Cloudburst, it does not. But Kaleidoscope Flower does, which is weird. So here's Kaleidoscope Flower from from key input. You throw the ability out right away. You see? But if you use Kaleidoscope Flower from hotbar, here's what happens when you use it from hotbar. There's a wind up. But that does not happen with Cloudburst. If I use Shift Z, this is Shift Z from key input. But if I use this from hotbar, it's the same animation. So it depends. It depends on whether you can use it from hotbar or not, is if it has different properties. And so that's an example of an ability with a different property based on whether you use it from hotbar or not, Shift X. So in this case, I will always want to use Shift X from Shift X. Otherwise, if I use it from hotbar, it will have a longer windup. So it depends on the ability. Sometimes those different properties are useful. So Jeff, Moonlit Blast. Moonlit Blast, I would say, is one of those abilities that actually has a pretty useful use in from transitioning from pre-awakening to awakening, is because there's no animation difference and you can chain it after long animations. So Shift Q, you can do Shift Q, hotbar Moonlit Blast. You can do like a dash in pre-awakening, like during your lingering dash, you can do hotbar Moonlit Blast to get back into awakening safely and protectedly. So stuff like that. So there's a few ones that have like really good benefits. So you try Moonlit Blast, like just like dash into Moonlit Blast. It's completely protected. Same thing with Shift Q, and then you try to use Moonlit Blast after this, like during this whip animation when she whips it out. It will be protected. So stuff like that. Another one I like to use off hotbar is Soul Shower. It is slightly slower than if you were to chain into Soul Shower, but not that much more. I have done side-by-side comparisons for hotbar Soul Shower versus Soul Shower chained into, and it's like slightly like a millisecond slower, but you can transition with that too. You can transition from your pre-awakening combo into a long-range snipe, right? Let's say you're doing some melee stuff with pre-awakening and you need to snipe a target from really far away really quickly. You can hotbar Soul Shower to snipe that target really quickly. Another one that has an interesting property too is Shift RMB. So if you put Shift RMB on a hotbar, it does a twirling animation which extends the forward guard. It's slower, but it extends the forward guard. So a cool usage out of it is, let's say you are in Q block. So do Q block from pre-awakening and then use Shift R and B life lure from hotbar. You'll just seamlessly transition into life lure and also extend the forward guard. So that's a protected way to start off your combo. This is useful in like PvP situations where you are, you know, just trying to stay Q blocked, right? You're just Q blocking and you need to transition to awakening safely, because if you C swap, depending on which C swap you use, it's unprotected. So that's a C swap. I would never. Okay, there's like very few situations where I would ever use C swap, which is just if I want to swap weapons, and there's nothing happening. That's it. If there's nothing, absolutely nothing happening, then that would be the only way I would ever use C swap. Otherwise, I would just use attack abilities to swap. Ideally, you should always be using key inputs though. Ideally, for every situation. But those small situations, there's usefulness, right? There's some utility there for using it from hotbar. But always try to use from key input if you can. 99% of the time, you should always use from key input. But just be aware of all those extra utility you could use from hotbar. It does exist. DRMB, lateral soul cleanse, yeah. But again, there's some situations where you don't want to do that, right? You don't need to reposition, or you don't want to reposition. Like if you're in a really good position right now, right? Like for the mobs, you don't want to like compromise your position by using DRMB. Maybe sometimes you just want to stay still and transition to awakening from standing still, right? So those options are there, right? It's for those tiny little niche details is why you would ever want to use it from standing still and using it from hotbar, right? So just be aware of those details. Those are the small details that will separate you from the Woosas who are just... this is a term I learned from Path of Exile. Do you know what Path of Exile is, Jeff? This is a term I learned from Path of Exile, but it's called tourists. And tourists basically kind of... I guess it's kind of in a negative connotation based on what happened in okay, so to give you some context of what tourists are, but basically there was this guy, like he was in a bit of a drama, but basically he was talking about how a lot of the PoE 1 people like not liking PoE 2 are just tourists, basically. Like, you know how tourists are, they're just there for a small moment, right? They're just there to visit the country for a little bit and then go back to where they came from, right? So basically he was using that term tourists to kind of negatively talk about the people who are negatively talking about PoE 2, right? About how, oh yeah, PoE 2 is a great game. Like he was like glazing PoE 2, and then like the people who were like not glazing it and had like critical, you know, criticisms about the game, he was just like referring to those people as tourists who will just visit the country, in this case visit PoE 2 for a little bit and then go back to where they are. And so, not saying that that's how the same connotation is when I say tourists for Woosas, but to follow up on what I was saying before, you know, knowing those tiny details is what I think separates the Woosa Enjoyers from the Woosa Tourists, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Those dang Woosa Tourists. So that's where that term comes from, I think. I don't know if it actually originates from PoE 1, from that guy, but that's where I learned it from. And I just think that's like it's like a funny kind of correct way to kind of refer to the people who are just trying something out for a small bit of time, like trying out a new class, like meta rerollers, right? But in this case, we're not like Woosa's not really in the meta, right? Woosa's not really in the meta, so I feel like tourists is kind of an accurate depiction of people who are just trying out the class and then going back to their own class that they're using. Yeah. But it is used kind of in a negative way in the PoE one, but also it's kind of funny too. So I think it depends on how you use it. Gonna go. I played Woosa for quite a bit, just never got into it Awakening since I always find it confusing swapping stances. No, yeah, fair enough. That's what I do think that's why a lot of people don't play don't swap weapons in the first place, is because it is confusing, right? You have to basically learn a second skill tree if you want to use swap weapons. But I also think that's why it makes Awakening so fun. It's because you got 2 skill trees to work with, right? Although that the one skill tree is not the most useful, it has its use. It's kind of like a toolbox, right? Think of your skill trees as like 2 toolboxes. Primarily, you will use the main toolbox, but maybe, you know, there's like a screwdriver in the other toolbox that like works for this job, right? Think of you grinding as like there's a problem in front of you, there's a job in front of you, and you need to get it done. And sometimes the tools in the other toolbox, like your spare toolbox, has a better tool for you to use to get the job done, right? Something like that. And that's what Awakening does for me, is that there's like you have so many tools to use, so much variety, and that's what makes it really fun. Yeah, if you played Suck first, you have an advantage on those tools because you know what's in your spare toolbox right away, right? Whereas the people who started Awakening, they don't know what's in their spare toolbox. But if you started Succession, then you know, right? Which most Woosas, they did start Succession, either from because you played it, right, in the beginning, or you're just leveling it up, right? So... But most Woosas who started playing Woosa since she came out will know what their spare toolbox is, right? There was a really interesting mechanic with Butterfly Step way back when, Jeff. I don't know if you remember, but basically when Awakening first came out, you could use the Butterfly Step from pre-Awakening if you just used it from Hotbar. That's also one of the interesting properties that I wish stayed. Right? So now it doesn't work. Now that they removed it, so now if you use it from Hotbar, it will pop you into. It will use the Awakening version of Butterfly Step. But that was a way to get two versions of it. However, Dosa retained it, which I'm like, what the heck, rude. So Dosa has something called Cloud Step, sorry. Dosa has something called Cloud Step. In Awakening, I just call it Tiger Step because that's kind of what it does. But it's basically using the same cooldown. It's still Cloud Step. But if you're in your pre-Awakening stance, you use Cloud Step from pre-Awakening. If you are in Awakening stance, you use Tiger Step, which I'm a little bit jealous of because I wish that's the way it worked for Woosa, because that's how it worked originally for Woosa, and Dosa frickin' stole it. Rude. The 2 Butterfly Steps have some different properties, I'm sure you know. Butterfly Step in Awakening goes a little further, and I think it goes a little bit faster too, in my opinion. It like moves you a little bit faster, but essentially the Butterfly Step in pre-Awakening will have a higher altitude, right, compared to Butterfly Step in Awakening. So it's nice to be able to like swap between the 2 whenever you can, but there is a way to do the pre-Awakening version You just have to inconveniently take off your awakening weapon. So if you take off your awakening weapon in awakening, you will do the pre-awakening version of butterfly sap, which is a very weird. But yeah, that's what happens. I remember you saying Shift W into Shift Q E F. I think it makes you go so yeah. So you use all of your attack abilities like this. So you use all your attack abilities to make those dashes because those attacks get cancelled, and you could utilize that in Awakening. You can use that. You can use that in Awakening. So you have access to that in Awakening and Succession. Always been interested in Woosa, but just couldn't leave a witch. I would use witch more if they had either more tags or universal weapons, and also more presets. If they gave me more UI presets like these ones, then I would use my witch more. But because I can't, it's annoying. Because I want to have a custom design for each class that I play. Because I like to spend my time with customizing my UI setup based on the classes that I play. And because we only have 3, it makes it annoying for me to try out other classes. Because I really want to spend time and design a nice UI setup for each class that I play. So right now I am sharing, right? My preset 1 and 2 is being shared across multiple classes, but I don't want to do that. If I can, I want to be able to make as many presets as I want. Hydrate, guys, hydrate. And he's in the shift Q. It takes a bit of practice, yeah, Jeff, because it's an individual input each dash. Right, it's the individual input each dash, so it does take a bit of practice to learn. That's also in my guide. I go into it in particular detail in the Woosa guide. If you go to the particular section where I talk about movement, so I do go over that if you want a review of how it works. Or using your mouse? Yeah, if that works better for you, yeah, use that. could begin to be not the one you think of me. I could do about anything. Could even to love. Wondering I'm coming back. If she has a long CD, yeah. You can omit Shift Q and do Shift Z instead. So Shift Z, E, F, you just substitute it, right? Because Shift Q transitions you. That's the point of Shift Q. Is to, when you do Shift Q first from Awakening, is to transition you. But you can also transition with Shift Z. So substitute Shift Q and with Shift Z, and then you just do Shift Z into the rest from there, like that, right? That's how you would do it in case Shift Q is on cooldown. Good evening. And if Shift Z is also on cooldown, I mean, you could always do Shift X, right? Shift X into the rest. So the point of Shift Q again is the property is to transition you, right? But you can also transition using other abilities. So Shift Z, Shift X, all transition you. I feel like I need to change my add-ons again. I think I need to change my add-ons again. Hold on. This is enough. Somewhere different. Whoa. Maybe I do Stormfall with attack speed and crit. Installer is enough. Somewhere different. Because the only reason why I have this is when I'm clear, like if I'm just clearing like a filler. But I'm also fillering with Stormfall too. Enough. So just be wherever. Okay, maybe instead of Seguja Plum, I have it on Cloudcarve for the DR and move speed. Because I use SF a lot. Move speed, this one. I think that might be better. Because I use it a lot for the crystal breakage, so it's always going to be up. Yeah, I think that works a lot better actually. Thanks for all the tips today, of course. If you have any other questions, let me know. Why isn't Butte Garmoth Heart on a weekly? It is? What? You're talking about the upgrade, right? When you're crafting the upgrade, it's on a weekly? I did not know that. Well, most of the time when you get a Garmoth Heart, you usually don't get 2 right away. Maybe that's why. Because most of the time people will not have 2 newly acquired Garmoth Hearts. They usually just get a 1. So it's usually not an issue for those people, but yeah, they could just make it non-weekly, right? Drop 2. You got 2 hearts in a row. Yeah. Well, usually people don't get 2 in a row, so. Well, just wait next week. That seems like a first world problem. Let me know. You'll be fine. You'll survive a week, I promise. You'll survive. Also, how are you? Let me know. Welcome in. You just pitied your bells? Well, you will likely pity your bells, because that's how the math works for the item. Let me know. The pities are calculated to be the average. So for Splendid, it's 80 for the pity, but that's also the average amount of taps is 80. Same with Shining. Shining average taps is going to be 250. Based on 0.4%, right? 0.4% is 250 taps is the average, so you will most likely pity it. And if you pity it, that's the average. So at least no no crons, no downgrading, which I think is a fine trade-off. So that's how the math works. It's either you get lucky or you get average. Is how the math works out to be. It's either lucky or average. There's no getting unlucky. There's no getting unlucky with the alchemy stone. Shining is 250 taps, not trippy. And you get 4 taps a week for Shining. So if you were to pity all 250, that is about a little over a year of tapping. If you pity it. I would imagine they may or may not add some events that would give you some more alchemy stone taps, so that is something to consider too. Is that there's going to be and has been events for potentially getting more extra taps. How many taps are you in so far? It is 68. I'm at 68 currently. When are they gonna bring back Woosa Magic DR Shred so we can have 3 stacks of Shuri DR Shred again? They actually removed it completely, Supra, this upcoming patch. So there's no more Magic DR now for PvP. So that it was originally for PvE and PvP, then they just only added it for PvP, and now they just removed it completely. So it seems like that's not the case. It seems like they're going away from that triple DP stacking for Woosa, which is sad. I tap here, welcome in. 67 plus 1? Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. Thank you. So what are the buffs exactly? So they're speeding up SE, Thunderstroke, SF, Cloud Carve, and Shift RMB. Shift RMB is also getting a knockdown added to it, and WF is getting Super Armor. So we're getting 2 protected CCs and animation speed ups for 3 abilities. And also kind of a buff and nerf is the SQ skill. SQ is going from 20 seconds to 12 seconds, so minus 8 seconds. So almost a 50% reduction cooldown, and it's getting reduced from 100% damage to 33% damage for the reflect. So it's mostly going to be a defensive tool now rather than a one-shot cheese tool, how some people have been using it, right? The SQ skill, if it goes off cooldown. But yeah, this one people used to, well, currently they're using it to cheese one-shotting people. And so I guess the devs didn't like that. So now it's just mostly going to be a defensive tool by reducing its cooldown to 12 seconds and also reducing the damage to 33%. I will be doing a comparison video too for the animation speed ups. And maybe I'll just talk about what's changed, because I think a lot of people just view the nerf and don't actually understand it, don't understand what's happening. They just like, oh my god, the nerfs. But how realistically are you using SQ for it to be a nerf, right? How many people are actually using the cheese skill? I don't think very many people. I feel like most Woosas were not cheesing, they were using it as a defensive tool, this one, to reduce the amount of damage they take rather than an actual offensive tool, right? In my opinion. Maybe there were a lot, I don't know, but as far as I know, I don't think it will affect many Woosas. The SQ change is going to affect a lot less Woosas than you think. I just think people just don't like seeing nerfs. But also, you know, this is how balance works too, right? Balance works in both ways, right? You're balancing on a tightrope, right? Think of balancing on a tightrope. You don't just lean over to one side, right? You need to have a push and pull to keep you balanced. In this case, they're trading that cheese one-shot damage for 2 extra super armor CCs, protected CCs, mind you, and animation speed ups for 3 abilities, which I think is a positive. But keep in mind, I PvE, so most of this will affect me in PvE rather than in PvP. So I'm more thinking from the lens. That's my scope. That's my lens that I view these changes from, is a PvE standpoint. So you may disagree with me if you are a PvPer and you were a cheeser. Well, they're changing it, so adapt, I guess. And I'm using Woosa right now, and I feel like it clears just fine at endgame spots. And I hope that me playing Woosa has convinced people that it's doing okay. It might not be doing the best, but unfortunately some people think that if you're not the best, you're last. Right? If you're not first, you're last kind of mentality. I've noticed though, Jay, burying weekends for hitting stones is cheaper to use Old Moon. Burying weekends. Okay, I'm trying to decipher. Are you talking about sharps? Because that's the alternative way for tapping alchemy stones, right? Is sharps or the Old Moon catalysts or whatever, or the Old Moon, whatever the Old Moon thing is, the Achilles eye moon thing. Yeah, yeah, I understand now. Yeah, basically, if sharps are less than 5 mil, then that's cheaper. But if sharps are more than 5 mil, then it's more expensive, and you should use the Old Moon vendor. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that feeling for Woosa was just nerfed and forgotten is just too deeply rooted. Yeah, it has not gotten changes in a long time, and I think a lot of people were expecting, they had this high expectation that, oh yeah, number changes, increased damage. And because it took so long and then we didn't get what we expected, people think that nothing happened, right? But we'll see. We'll see when the changes happen, how much of an impact it is. Tried an hour at a hacks, non-Marnie, 20k trash, AP, probably too low or maybe staying too long in packs. So I think level 2 no aggress people would, like, on average, you should make 35k. Oh, non-Marnie? Non-Marnie is generally a lot lower than Marnie. So that could be it too, Jason. Because you mentioned non-Marnie. Yeah, Marnie is the reason why you make a lot more trash. And also practice too. That's your like first or second hour there too, right? So again, the dynamic is that you want to activate the 3 Whitmers at the same time, right? So keep doing the packs. And then when the Whitmer is hittable, don't kill it right away. Move on to the next pack and make sure that next pack is hittable. And then the third one is hittable. And then once you loop around back to the first Whitmer that becomes hittable, you kill the pack along with the Whitmer and then repeat for the second pack and then repeat for the third pack. And then all 3 events are active at the same time. And then during those 3 events, you're hitting the mobs every 10 seconds you're moving to the next pack. That's how that works. When the infamous are mobs, how long do I stay there? No, yeah, I move every 10 seconds. So a good way to track it is, okay, so for me, I'm a Woosa, and my cooldown for butterfly step, it's 10 seconds. So I would do this, right? And then get to the next pack. And then by the time I see the cooldown for butterfly step is back off cooldown, I'm moving. Right, so that's a good way to check. So for you, you're Suck Ninja, right? Maybe check for an ability that's on 10 seconds or something, and then use that to like internally track whether you should be moving or not. But the idea is to make sure your pets are always looting non-stop permanently. Even if you're leaving loot on the ground, your pet will pick it up the next time around. But basically, you always want to be having your pets pick up something every time it's off cooldown. And that's how people make those higher trash numbers at Hex. That is that's the trick. But again, the annoying part about it being the Marnie realm is that you have to wait 1 hour in between. So that's also another reason why people don't like Hex, is because you're booted out every hour. I mean, you can still grind non-Hex. I'm sorry, you can still grind non-Marnie Hex, but it's not as good as Marnie Hex, right? What about if you have a buff or like the increase in damage? Yeah, you keep moving, right? The fundamental root reason for moving is so that your pets are always active. right? And if you stay too long, your pets are gonna not be active as much, right? So you always want to be just killing things constantly so that your pet is always doing something, right? So that's the fundamental root reason for why you're moving every 10 seconds. That's just like a what I do. Maybe some people have like different strategies, but again, the idea is the same, is that you're always just constantly moving to make your pets constantly pick up stuff. Jay, I have around 17-20 would you carry me at Floodlands, not tonight, but tomorrow perhaps, maybe? Yeah, I mean, if I'm around, and I will most likely be around, we could do some Floodlands. And if you get the Dusky Ruin job, that'd be huge. That would be huge. We've come a long journey. If you guys know, Silent Chains got into the game like quite recently, and I had power leveled them a while back, and now they've progressed so fast that we're getting close. We're getting close to our gear scores. Pog. Hex is good Tungrad training, to be honest. Yeah, Tungrad Ruins is also another spot where your pets aren't necessarily looting all the time, but it's good practice for getting from pack to pack. Like optimizing your combo so that you're not wasting any abilities, if that makes sense. You're using just enough abilities to kill the mob pack and moving on. Okay, my buffs are running out soon. So I think we'll end our session here since my buffs are running out soon. But let's see how many Debos we got today. We got 8 Deboreka earrings today. That's pretty good. And 135. I don't know if I don't think I had this. Did I have this before or after? This might be from another day. This might be from yesterday. Let's head back to town here. PvPing with blue? No, I'm not a PvPer. Let me know. I'm not much of a PvPer in BDO. I PvP the mobs, you know? I'm a mob PvPer. Okay, let's sell all of our trash. Dang, 21 bill, let's go. Okay, let's sell all of our Deboreka earrings too. Let's put it up here. Here's another tip, guys. If you're going to bed, just put it at the highest price. Like it's most likely gonna sell, especially if it's an accessory, right? Don't undercut. You're making it worse for other people and making it worse for you. Just put it at the top price if you're going to bed. You know, maybe if it's like this min price, we can maybe put it somewhere in the middle. But if you're not you're most likely not going to be using the silver now because you're going to bed. So just like put it up here and most likely it's going to be sold by the morning, I promise. Like 99% of the time it will just get sold. So you just make a little bit more money and the prices are better for other people too. Hi Rikushiro, glad to see you on. We're heading out soon, Real Kushiro. We've been streaming for quite a bit, so we're heading out soon. But before we head out, let's do a tap. I like to always end my day with a tap. So this is going to be tap number 91, and I've been trying to do 1 or 2 taps a day. So we've been making a pretty good pace so far for our deck main hand. So let's give you guys some content before I head out. All right, here we go. Tap number 91. Oh my god, we're out of primordial blackstones, guys. We actually ran out. What? I did not think it would happen. We made like a bunch a while back, but we actually ran out. Black stone powder. Black stone powder. Okay, we just need to heat. No, simple alchemy? Wait, do I have my cap? Oh, it's in here. Let's make like 50? Maybe we'll just make 10 at a time actually. Because we don't need them afterwards, right? Okay. Alright, tap number 91, guys. Here we go. Come on, streamer client, activate! Dang, close. Streamer client did not activate that time. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe it will activate tomorrow. We have officially tapped more times than our awakening, guys. So our awakening, if you guys don't know, was 91 taps. Offhand was about 35, so really lucky on the offhand. So we'll see how much more this main hand it takes. We'll see. But for now, guys, I will send you guys over to someone for now. Thank you guys so much for watching. I will be back tomorrow. We got guild bosses tomorrow. Do you know what time you're available, Sunchains? Maybe I can set up a group ahead of time. Like around like what time are you available? And then maybe we can set up a group ahead of time so we're not like asking you on the day of. That's also another tip for you guys. If you guys are trying to set up groups, just set it up ahead of time. It's much easier that way. 8 p.m. What time zone are you in? What time zone? EST. That is when my guild bosses start. So maybe after guild bosses. Guild bosses start at 8 p.m. EST, and then it might take like less than an hour. So like right after that, maybe 9 p.m. Maybe we will schedule for 9 p.m. EST, if that works for you. Okay, let's send you guys over to. Let's send you guys over to Corgi. Corgi always raids me, but I never get to raid him back. So let's send you guys over to Corgi. Can you guys spam my raid emote when we head over to Corgi's stream? If you don't have a sub, you can use the non-animated one, and you just need to be a follower to use my non-animated one. Also, if you have any questions while I'm off stream by Discord, follow me on all my socials too. Blah blah blah. Outro. I'll see you guys over at Corgi's stream. Good night. Good night.